Chapter 35-30. Boom, along with the dense fog came a huge wave, crashing heavily on the hull of the ship. Many people were sent flying, and some even fell into the sea. It was as if there were dumplings in the sea. Fortunately, after the first wave, it stopped, and the hull of the ship swayed a few times before regaining stability. Everyone hurriedly threw down ropes to save the people, but the fog was too thick, and it was difficult to see their fingers in front of them. If they were hit far away by the wave, they would not be able to see the ship, let alone the ropes. Everyone shouted, using sound as a guide. Ling Han grabbed a rope, and directly leapt off the ship. After activating his eye technique, he had already seen a person. When he landed, he picked that person up, and flung him towards the deck. He did not stop, grabbing the rope with his hand and tapping on the hull of the ship with the tip of his foot. Soon, he found a second person, and did the same, throwing him onto the deck. 3, 4, 5 people. Some people were at a loss and were thrown onto the deck by him, while others were extremely defensive and actually attacked him when he tried to rescue them. Fortunately, the people who fell off the ship were too weak, so how could they hurt Ling Han? In less than a few minutes, Ling Han circled around the ship and rescued at least 20 people. If one counted, this number was more than half of the people who had fallen into the water. He returned to the deck, and immediately many people ran to him to thank him, but some people showed disdain, as if they thought that saving this kind of trash would lower their status. The strange thing was, looking outside the hull, the visibility was less than a foot, but the deck was unusually clear, as if the fog could not invade the ship. It's over, it's over. A crew member sat down, his eyes lifeless, looking incomparably hopeless. Immediately, other crew members walked over and whispered to the other party, making him quiet down. Hey, what are you talking about? A passenger was unhappy. What's over? Is there something strange about this fog? Nothing. A few crew members smiled, but their smiles were a little fake. What's going on? This made even more people nervous. One look and they could tell that something was wrong. Under the continuous questioning of the crowd, the captain was forced to come out and explain to the crowd. Previously, some ships encountered the fog and were trapped for a long time. Some crew members and passengers even mysteriously disappeared and have not been found until now. Disappeared mysteriously, haha. Could he have been eaten by a sea monster? Someone immediately laughed. All in all, everyone must be careful. It's best to stay together and not split up, the captain said sternly. Seeing his serious expression, some of the people who wanted to retort did not say anything. Although martial artists were all very confident and did not believe in ghosts or gods, only believing in themselves, the fog this time was too strange, so they had no choice but to take it seriously. Everyone, don't be too nervous. This fog will only last until the next morning. Although it will take up some of our time, it will definitely dissipate, the captain said. So you're planning to stop the boat and wait here for half a day? Someone shouted. This won the approval of many people, and they all cheered. Under such strong pressure, the captain could only continue sailing. But they did not know whether the fog was shockingly large or not. After sailing for half an hour, there was still no sign of them leaving. Ling Han could clearly see that the ship had actually been circling in this area. It was not that the captain had done it on purpose, but because of the undercurrent, the ship had unknowingly changed its direction, causing them to keep circling. With Ling Han's current speed, he did not need to run at full speed. He could walk on the waves as if he was walking on flat ground, but he did not even know where Misty Peak was. Even if he ran in that direction, he might miss it because of a slight error. After all, for the vast sea, an island or a mountain was really too small. Therefore, if he hurried on his own, it might actually waste more time. Ling Han was willing to wait for half a day. There were many people who had the same idea as him. After all, as long as one entered the blood transformation realm, they would be able to walk on the waves at supersonic speed. Everyone gradually calmed down. Since they could not leave this godforsaken place for the time being, they might as well be patient. After all, it was only half a day. Shrouded in fog, even though it was not night yet, it was already dark. The captain got someone to light a torch. It was easy for people to develop negative emotions in a dark environment. Someone did not give up and threw a torch into the fog. But as soon as he threw it out, he could not see it anymore. Oh right, the captain seemed to have suddenly thought of something. At night, there will be mysterious singing. You must cover your ears. It is said that many people have gone missing after listening to singing. There were many rumors on the sea. For example, there was a huge whirlpool that swallowed a huge ship. There was also a black turtle that was bigger than a city that created huge waves with a flip and capsized the ship. There was also a mysterious singer that sang to confuse people. Everyone was shocked. Were they going to encounter such a strange thing? Who could sing on the sea? So, everyone cover your ears first. The captain looked at his watch. There are still about 2 hours before it gets dark. Let's hurry up and eat. After eating, everyone should be alert and we will get through this together. No one said a word. The atmosphere was distorted by the captain's words, causing everyone's hearts to be in their throats. Soon, everyone had their dinner in advance. Then, they waited for the night to fall. Although they could not see anything in the fog, they could only judge by the passage of time. When night fell, everyone became nervous. What would happen tonight? Time passed quietly. It was so quiet on the ship that they could hear the heartbeats of others. Martial artists were full of vigor and vitality. Their biological functions were terrifying. Their heartbeats were strong and powerful. Usually, they did not feel anything when they talked or did things. But it was so quiet now that their heartbeats could be heard clearly. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's heartbeats rose and fell. Even though they had cotton in their ears, it did not work. It was as if their heartbeats had been magnified many times. Ah! Someone suddenly screamed. Who is it? Where is the murderer? Come out. Immediately, many people drew their weapons and roared out one by one. They were already in a state of panic. The scream directly ignited the tension on the scene. Well, someone said weakly. I was not attacked by anyone. I was just too nervous and was blown by a dark phoenix. That's why I couldn't help but scream. Fuck. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you a little too cowardly? The people who jumped out all put away their weapons, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Everyone sat down again. The ship was quiet again. Did you guys hear someone singing? After a while, someone suddenly said with a trembling voice. Chapter 35-32. These mermaids bewitched people with their inaudible songs, so their spiritual energy was obviously not weak. Unfortunately, compared to Ling Han, they paled in comparison. Ling Han had been developing his spiritual energy for a long time and had always focused on improving his telekinesis. He also had the spirit-nourishing gourd, which could produce some strange energy to nourish the spirit and improve his telekinesis. Being hit so suddenly, Ling Han only felt a slight pain in his knowledge sea, but it was not enough to hurt him. He spread out his telekinesis and turned it into an invisible shield, but the incoming spiritual energy attacks were all smashed into pieces, unable to hurt him at all. Not good, this human's telekinesis is extremely strong. Use the Poseidon horn to deal with him. A merman took out a green conch shell and blew it. Immediately, dense fog rolled out and covered the small reef. There was no fog here, but now that the fog had dispersed, one could not see their fingers in front of them. It was much thicker than the sea. Ling Han was fearless. He opened his ocular sorcery, which could see through illusions. Although it was not comparable to second babies, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao, a sword silently pierced over. Ling Han punched back. Peng, suddenly, the long sword flew up, and the mermaid who attacked turned into a mist of blood. What? This fog can not only block vision, but also has a great confusion effect on divine sense. Why is it ineffective against him? What a monster! The mermaids all exclaimed. They had never met such an opponent, and all methods were ineffective against him. Join forces to activate the Poseidon horn. Several mermaids worked together to blow the conch. Hong, a frightening hurricane formed, and swept towards Ling Han. The speed of its movement was not very fast, but its rotation was extraordinarily fast, enough to forcefully grind even fine iron into pieces. Ling Han kicked out, and pang, the hurricane was immediately kicked away. The mermaids were all shocked speechless. This human was simply too strong. Retreat. The imitation Poseidon horn cannot do anything to him. Ask the masters of our race to suppress him. Plop. Plop. The mere people jumped into the sea one after another, fleeing without a trace. Ling Han did not give chase. The sea was not his home ground. First of all, he would not be able to hold his breath for too long, and when he reached the depths of the sea, even his physique would not be able to withstand the terrifying water pressure, and he would be squashed flat. Once the merfolk were gone, or it could be said that the sea god's horn that created the dense fog was gone, the fog immediately dispersed, and those people who had been bewitched all woke up as if from a dream. Why am I here? Shouldn't I be on the boat? I think I heard a beautiful song. Why can't I hear it anymore? These people were very confused. They had lost their memories of the time when they were bewitched. Not far away, the ship gradually appeared. We're here. The people on the reef shouted, waving their hands. Only then did they remember the legend that those who heard the song at night would disappear and never be able to return. They were all scared and unconsciously appeared on the reef, only one step away from disappearing. The people on the ship also saw them and waved their flags to signal them. There were reefs here, so the ship didn't dare approach. So the people on the reef all used their movement arts and began to run on the sea. Everyone had at least blood transformation cultivation bases, so running on the sea was a piece of cake. As long as the waves weren't too strong, they wouldn't be smashed into the water. Once they got close to the ship, they all jumped up and landed on the deck. In just a moment, everyone had returned to the ship. The people on the ship hastily asked what had happened, but none of them could say anything. All they knew was that when they had woken up, they had been on that reef. How strange. Everyone nodded. Thinking of the legend, they could only think of it as a legend of the sea. Since the fog has scattered, we can set off, someone suggested. The captain immediately nodded. Although no one was missing and the fog had scattered, he still felt uneasy. He wanted to quickly leave this damnable place, so he had the crew raise the sails and start rowing. Look at that reef, someone shouted, pointing at the small reef. Everyone looked over, and a strange scene appeared. That piece of reef was actually melting, and very soon, it disappeared. It was made of ice. Ling Han was also a bit surprised. No wonder he had felt a chill when they had approached the reef. Hurry up and leave this damnable place, urged everyone. The ship raised its sails and quickly left the sea. After driving far away, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. That place was really too strange. The night passed and the sun rose. Everyone hurriedly cultivated. They had originally planned to reach Misty Peak at noon, but because they had been delayed for so long the previous day, they only saw a towering mountain peak at dusk. Misty Peak. Everyone was excited. It was like holding a divine stone in their hands would allow them to break through to immortality. Seeing the divine mountain was one thing, but reaching it was another. The ship traveled for over an hour before finally getting close to the divine mountain. The ship didn't reach the shore. There were many reefs near the shore, and if they tried to get close, they would only run aground. Fortunately, this bit of distance was a piece of cake. Everyone jumped off the ship and walked on the water. In fact, experts like Ling Han didn't need to take a ship to go back. They could cross the sea on foot, but they couldn't run into big waves. Otherwise, they could easily be swept away by the sea, which could be a great danger. Ling Han also moved. He didn't need to go all out. He jogged at 3 times the speed of sound and quickly reached the shore. This was actually an island, a very large island. The center of the island was the cloud-piercing misty peak. No one knew how high it was. In any case, they couldn't see the top at all. Looking back, the waves on the surface of the sea shimmered. Under the light of the setting sun, it looked like there were thousands of golden snakes dancing, majestic and magnificent. He walked on the beach. The sand was snow-white, as if it was made of milk. It was also very soft to the touch. But after a few steps, he felt that the bottom was actually empty, and his whole body was sinking. Peng, the white sand flew, and a bloody mouth appeared below. The teeth were like swords, about 2 feet long. Moreover, they were arranged in rows, and they were as thick as 4 rows. Ling Han hurriedly used his psychic power to wrap his foot with stone energy. Then, he stepped toward one of the sharp teeth. Peng, he used the force to soar into the sky, and then fell backward. He landed on the beach, and the monster hiding under the sand also revealed its true appearance. It was actually a super large lizard, completely white. This was also one of the reasons why it could hide in the sand and carry out ambushes. This was really a huge monster. Its body was at least 10 feet long. At this moment, its mouth was open, and saliva flowed out. Its eyes stared closely at Ling Han, and it was incomparably fierce. Chapter 35-33. TSK, I've just arrived at Ethereal Peak, and I'm already taking you down a notch. 4-legged snake, you're quite sneaky, said Ling Han with a smile. He kicked his feet. Even though he wrapped his feet with stone energy, his energy layer was still pierced by the sharp teeth, and even his shoes were pierced. Fortunately, his feet were not injured. The giant lizard did not speak, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Han had initially thought that it was a member of the demonic tribe, and had only transformed into its original form. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like a native wild beast of this place. Although it was powerful, it was filled with a wild nature, and did not possess any intelligence. I wonder if lizard meat tastes good, he mumbled, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. The giant lizard was very cautious, which was evident from the fact that it was ambushing instead of attacking head-on. Therefore, when it thought that Ling Han was powerful, it naturally did not attack right away. Instead, it was observing, as if it wanted to find out Ling Han's weakness. Ling Han laughed. Since you're not going to change, I'll do it. He roared and charged at the giant lizard. Bang, bang, bang. He blasted a terrifying force across the air, and he even attached high-level metal energy to it, which greatly increased his destructive power. However, the shocking thing was that although the force of his punch could tear the lizard's defense, it was not very effective, and only a few scales were shaken off. It was a very powerful defense. Ling Han looked around. There wasn't just one of these giant lizards, but rather, they covered the entire beach. Many people had been ambushed. Some didn't even have the power to resist and were directly swallowed, while others had luckily escaped the calamity. However, many of them had suffered heavy injuries, and there were quite a few who had lost an arm or a leg. Many people were not a match for the giant lizard at all. It was useless even if they managed to escape, as they were soon killed and abandoned their armor. Some of them managed to escape back to the sea and directly chased after the ferry that had gone far away. Others failed to escape and were caught and swallowed whole. In just a few minutes, more than half of the hundreds of people who had disembarked were dead. There were still 7 people persisting, but the other lizards did not dive into the sea to chase after them. Instead, they surrounded them and wanted to kill everyone on the beach. Ling Han snorted and took out his 2-star magic sword. Shua, a sword light flashed past, and it was like a light that could split the heavens and split the earth in the boundless darkness. Pooh, a third of a large lizard's neck was instantly slashed open, and fresh blood spurted out. It was true that Ling Han was unable to unleash the full power of a 2-star magical artifact, but the grade of this sword was still there. How sharp was it? He brandished his sword and danced. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of sword chi flew out. He was like a god of death, harvesting the lives of these giant lizards. After the death of 7 large lizards, the remaining large lizards fled in panic, not daring to face Ling Han's blade again. Ling Han sheathed his sword and glanced around. In just a short period of time, another 3 people were killed by the giant lizard and left this world forever. Many thanks. The 4 survivors walked over and clasped their hands in thanks to Ling Han. If it wasn't for Ling Han's efforts to turn the tide, they would definitely have perished. This made them extremely depressed. Could it be that they could not even take the first step in the engravement realm? Ling Han raised his hand and looked at Misty Peak. They had just arrived and they were already attacked by a group of lizards. What kind of danger would there be next? In the distance, a figure was currently flying over at an astonishing speed, causing dust to fill the sky behind him. Hong Tian Buling Han did not find it strange. If it were him, he would also wait here. This was called waiting for a hare to come to him. Ling Han. Hong Tianbu had already arrived. He did not stop and directly used the eye of the ancient beast. A giant eyeball suddenly appeared in the air. It was incomparably ferocious, and it stared at Ling Han. Even if they were not directly stared at, the other 4 were still affected. Gray lines appeared on their skin, and in just an instant, they had turned into stone statues. Ling Han also felt his body stiffen. He was shocked. This was the eye of the ancient beast that Hong Tianbu had obtained. It actually had the ability to petrify people. The opponent had used such a great killing weapon the moment they arrived. Obviously, they did not want to give him any chance to escape and wanted to kill him in one go. Ling Han completely activated his secret force and psychokinesis. Especially the Monkey King's cultivation method, he only felt his body lighten and recovered his ability to move. Although he was still greatly affected, he was not completely unable to move. So close, yet worlds apart. He moved his feet and immediately dashed out 50 miles. As expected, he was still affected. Otherwise, he would be able to cross at least 100 miles with a single step. However, he had also left the area of influence of the eye. Ling Han immediately recovered his ability to move. He used so close, yet worlds apart again and again. After a few times, he had already entered the depths of this large island. Hong Tianbu was stunned. He absolutely did not expect that even after he had used his strongest trump card, he still could not kill Ling Han. Pooh. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Activating the ability of the ancient beast eye was also a huge burden on him. In theory, he should only be able to use it after stepping into the celestial path, but who asked him to be a monster? However, even the petrification technique that had a trace of the might of the celestial path was not able to completely restrain Ling Han. This caused Hong Tianbu's expression to become somewhat unsightly. This opponent was too difficult to deal with. Even with this, he still could not kill him. No, he definitely could not let Ling Han step into the celestial path. Otherwise, he would definitely become a great calamity for him. Hong Tianbu took out an elixir and swallowed it, suppressing the boiling blood in his body. He would definitely drag out Ling Han here and kill him. He would not give his opponent any more space to grow. Ling Han stopped. Using so close, yet worlds apart consecutively made him feel like he was about to explode. This was originally a secret technique used by Celestials. It was already very amazing for him to be able to grasp and use it, but he still wanted to use it continuously. He rested for a while and calmed the boiling blood in his body. When his skin was no longer scalding hot, he stood up again and released the milk babies and lascivious pig. Is this Misty Peak? Oh, it is indeed filled with the smell of a formation. There is a very ancient aura. It should have existed for countless years. The milk babies were all acting like they were old and experienced as they commented there. Lascivious Pig, on the other hand, was disinterested. He spread his limbs and lay on the ground, looking as if he would win if he moved. Let's go. Ling Han set off with the milk babies. Although he had used so close, yet worlds apart to run a few hundred miles in one go, that mountain was still extremely far away. It did not feel like he was getting closer at all. Was this island that big? Ling Han expressed his doubts. If he were to look at it from the boat, it would at most be a few hundred miles in radius. They advanced towards Misty Peak. Along the way, there were dense forests and shrubs. All of them had sharp thorns that were even sharper than sharp swords. A single touch would definitely cause one's skin to break and blood to flow. Fortunately, there was no poison. Otherwise, it would be terrible. However, as they walked, Ling Han realized that something was wrong. That was because they had already walked for thousands of miles, but the distance between them and that mountain did not shorten at all. Chapter 35-34. Array formation. Ling Han thought to himself. Previously, the children had also said that there was the smell of an ancient array formation here, so it could be explained why they could not reach the end after walking around. However, knowing was one thing, and how to break it was another. Ling Han and the second baby both activated their eye technique, but they could not see anything. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the water was still the same water. There was no change. Obviously, it was not that there was no array formation here, but that the two of them were too weak to see through this array formation. Ling Han stopped. Since he could not see through it, he could only look for the pattern. He leaped onto a tall tree and looked into the distance. He was an array master, and his talent was extraordinary. From a different angle, he saw something different. This terrain, TSK, there is water in the fire, and there is killing in the water. Is this like a dragon raising its head, or is this like beheading a phoenix? Ling Han murmured. Although he was not qualified to study immortal path-level array patterns, he had seen many descriptions of array formations from the void beast skin. Array formations were a kind of use of the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, there were connate arrays, which were formed naturally, and postnatal arrays, which were man-made. In fact, postnatal arrays were all imitations of connate arrays, or perhaps they were inspired and evolved. Imitation was definitely easier than innovation. Ling Han matched the terrain with the array formations in the Array Formation Treasure Book, nodding his head repeatedly as he came to a sudden realization. However, he seemed to have seen some clues, but if he wanted to crack it, no way. This was an immortal path-level array formation. Regardless of whether it was connate or postnatal, it was not something that Ling Han could crack at the moment. Though I can't decipher it, if I avoid these places, wouldn't it be a safe path? Ling Han murmured. After sweeping his gaze over the surroundings, he found an entry point, and then leaped down. Let's go. He continued to set off with the children, taking turns along the way. As expected, the effect immediately became different. He was getting closer and closer to Ethereal Peak. But before he could reach the foot of the mountain, night fell first. The Great Dipper transposition. Ling Han was astonished. In that instant, a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation had occurred on the island. He hurriedly came to a halt. If he continued, he would be walking astray. They stopped to eat and rest. After that, they had to coax the 7 children to sleep. He was so tired that he was sweating all over. Perverted Pig looked at him and grinned as if he was gloating. Damned pig, do you believe that I won't turn you into a roast pig tomorrow? Ling Han threatened. Everyone said that one's mouth was short after eating from others. This damned pig had eaten so many meals from him, but it had always been hostile towards him. He had never seen such a shameless pig. Perverted Pig snorted at him, completely unconcerned. You actually dared to grab this Uncle Pig from the crowd of beauties in the imperial capital. This Uncle Pig was already giving you face by not biting you to death. The night passed, and the sun rose as usual, sprinkling warm sunlight. Ling Han immediately began to cultivate. Right now, he wished that he could have 2 or 3 or even more sunrises every day so that he could have more time to expand his meridians and reach the peak of 3 Ming as soon as possible. Then, he would advance all the way to the Enlightenment realm and the mystic-seeking realm. He swore that when he entered the mystic-seeking realm, he would definitely beat Hong Tianbu into a retard. The 7 children and perverted pig did not need to cultivate. When Ling Han finished cultivating and prepared breakfast, they lazily opened their eyes. Food really came to them as soon as they opened their mouths. After eating his fill, Ling Han once again observed the environment. The strange thing was that the environment had now returned to the same situation as yesterday evening. Ling Han walked as usual, getting closer and closer to the misty peak. However, by noon, he had truly arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were many people here. Ling Han took a closer look. Although it was not a sea of people, there were indeed quite a number of them. Furthermore, apart from the human race, he also saw many demons, such as those with wolf heads and snake tails, but there were also species that he had never seen before. For example, those with 2 huge pincers, their original form should be that of a crab. There was also the walrus man, with a round body and thick black skin. His unique characteristics were extremely obvious. Since these people had arrived at the foot of the mountain, why did they not ascend the mountain? Ling Han did not act rashly. He did not know if Hong Tianbu was lying in ambush at the side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. One must know that this fellow was also proficient in formations, and even had the eye of a primordial beast. At the current stage, it should be even more powerful than Ling Han's eye sorcery. He climbed to a high place to take a look. In front of these people was a very wide mountain path, but currently, no one was climbing it. Why? Very soon, Ling Han found out the reason. Rumble, he saw a huge stone ball rolling down from the mountain, bringing with it an incomparably powerful impact as it heavily rolled over. There were characters on the stone ball faintly glowing, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Even though he was so far away, Ling Han still felt a chill, and did not want to be touched by the stone ball. These people did not go up at the foot of the mountain, obviously afraid of being crushed to death by the stone ball. But couldn't they climb from other places? No matter how steep the mountain was, it should not be too difficult for martial artists. It should not be so easy, otherwise, the people here were not fools, how could they not have thought of it? He observed for a while, and saw that the interval between the appearance of the rolling stones was not fixed. Sometimes, one would appear every 3 minutes, and sometimes it would be as long as 10 minutes. There was no pattern. Ling Han decided to give it a try. Since he had already come here, how could he give up without trying? He took a cloak to cover his head, and let the milk babies and perverted pig enter the essence-nourishing gourd, and then walked forward. After walking into the crowd, Ling Han found that these people were actually forming a team. A mystic-seeking expert leading the team, now 1 person short, requires the cultivation of the enlightening realm. A double mystic-seeking expert leading the team, recruiting 1 person, the requirement is proficient in formations, the realm can be lowered appropriately, starting from extreme bone. A team of 8 enlightening realm, the leader is a 2-star genius, recruiting 2 more enlightening realm members. Many people were shouting, many were observing, and some were discussing. It was a very lively scene. Ling Han was a little embarrassed. What was going on? Friend, what's going on? He asked the person beside him with a smile. Are you blind, can't you see for yourself? The person was very impatient, pointing forward. Ling Han frowned, but he did not say anything. He walked to the beginning of the mountain path. Logically speaking, with so many rolling stones constantly crashing down, this place should be full of stones, but in fact, there was nothing here. The rolling stones suddenly disappeared after reaching this position. There was a stone tablet erected there, introducing the way to go up the mountain. It turned out that to go up the mountain, one needed to ride a transportation tool, like a wooden raft, which could slide on the mountain path, and there were weapons on the wooden raft, which could destroy the impact of the rolling stones. A wooden raft could only carry 10 people at most, and the power of the wooden raft's weapons depended on the combined strength of the crew. Chapter 35-36. A good story. No wonder they had to form a team. Not only that, they had to gather 10 people, and they had to find someone strong enough. It was normal for some teams to find a formation master. There would definitely be formations everywhere. With a formation master, they would be able to avoid many detours. What made Ling Han curious was why so many people had arrived before him. Were there so many excellent formation masters? He blended into the crowd and found out that there was a sign at the outer perimeter of the island. One could first obtain a type of stone to guide the way and not be confused by the formation. But Ling Han had been chased by Hong Tian's steps and crossed 50 miles in one step. He was deep into the island, so he naturally could not find the sign or the stone nearby. Luckily, he had a shocking understanding of formations. Otherwise, he would still be running aimlessly in the forest. The wooden raft has appeared. Someone exclaimed. At the edge of the mountain path, 20 wooden rafts suddenly appeared. Everyone hurried to form teams. Before, they had to be in the enlightening realm, but now they had to be in the engravement realm. They only hoped to form teams because the time the wooden raft would exist was limited. They had to hurry. Team after team jumped onto the wooden rafts, and the wooden rafts rode on the mountain path, beginning their journey. "Little brother, what's your cultivation?" someone suddenly asked Ling Han. Ling Han glanced at the person. It was a young man nearing his 30s, in the enlightening realm. He smiled and said, "Inscription." "Only inscription?" The young man frowned, but he still stomped his feet and said, "I don't care so much. Inscription it is. Come, we'll bring you up the mountain." Ling Han wanted to personally experience how this game was played, so he nodded. "All right." To the young man, Ling Han's reaction was normal. He was in the enlightening realm. Wasn't it a great favor to bring an engravement realm cultivator up the mountain? "Oh, you still want to hesitate and think about it? What are you putting on airs for?" The young man brought Ling Han back. Most of the people had already formed teams and set off. There were only 30 or so people left. "Brotherly, what's that person's cultivation level?" Someone immediately asked as soon as the young man brought Ling Han back to his group. "Inscription patterns." The youth named Li said truthfully. "Inscriptions?" The others frowned. They had already formed a group of 9 people, 4 of whom were in the enlightening realm, and the other 5 were in the inscriptions realm. However, these inscriptions realm cultivators were all their clansmen, junior brothers and sisters, not outsiders. To drag an outsider up the mountain, and an engravement realm weakling at that. Forget it. Time is of the essence. We can't care so much. One of them made a decision. "All right, let's just treat it as doing a good deed," someone else agreed. A red-clothed man coldly looked at Ling Han and said, "Brat, you have to listen to my instructions later. Otherwise, even if you pass this stage, I can still throw you down." Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right. Let's go." Everyone went up one by one. When the 5 engravement realm martial artists walked past Ling Han, they all glanced sideways at him. "Brat, be smart. Don't miss out on this great opportunity. That's because our senior brother Li is kind, that's why he would bring a weakling like you." They all spoke one after another, showing off their sense of superiority. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. Right now, he only wanted to try out the operation of the wooden raft. It would naturally be best if he could pass, but even if he couldn't, he had accumulated experience and knew what to do. Bang! The sound of something crashing came from the top of the mountain. Not long after, 10 people fell down the mountain, landing solidly on the ground. They couldn't get up for a long time. Obviously, they had failed. "Let's go," the youth named Li said. He was in charge of rowing, and the wooden raft shot out like an arrow. Brother Li is in charge of controlling the direction. Everyone else listened to my instructions, the red-clothed man said. When I say get ready, everyone inject their psychic powers into the wooden raft. I'll be in charge of firing. This sentence was actually meant for Ling Han. This wasn't the first time they had tried this. Ling Han still nodded. Rumble. A rolling rock came crashing down from the front. Get ready, the red-robed man said. Everyone instilled their psychic powers into the wooden raft. Ling Han immediately realized that the 10 people's psychic powers had all been absorbed by the wooden raft, but because they came from 10 different people, it was inevitable that the psychic powers were mixed. Fire, the red-robed man roared. Xiao, a ball of light lit up at the front of the wooden raft, and a beam of light shot out. With a bang, the rolling rock was smashed to pieces. Okay, the people on the wooden raft shouted. Ling Han, on the other hand, was recalling the scene he had just seen. Under the red-robed man's control, all of the psychic powers had been used to power the wooden raft. However, because the psychic powers were very mixed, not all of it had been used in that instant. At most, only 30% of it had been used. The rest of the psychic powers hadn't been used, but they had dissipated after the attack. In other words, the conversion rate was actually very low. Otherwise, the attack would have been even more powerful. Ling Han believed that the overall strength of the psychic powers determined the power of the wooden raft's attack. It was no wonder that they needed to form teams. One person was weak, and many people were strong. It was just that they didn't have much teamwork, so they couldn't use their psychic powers to their fullest potential. The wooden raft advanced quickly. Soon, another rolling rock appeared in front of them, crashing towards them. Get ready, the red-robed man shouted again. Everyone hurriedly channeled their psychic powers into the wooden raft. Ling Han was a little surprised. There weren't many people in Xianbei country who trained their psychic powers, but these people all had psychic powers. Had they all escaped from the cage? That made sense. Otherwise, it would be strange to have so many enlightened orifices and inscriptions. Someone who ate a mutant fruit and became a master in one night wouldn't have this kind of experience, and they wouldn't have brothers either. Bang, the second rolling rock was smashed. Everyone cheered excitedly again. This seemed easy. The 10 of them had only used 30% of their psychic powers, but they were still able to advance so quickly. That was because Ling Han's psychic powers were very strong. One of them could take on 2, or even 3. The wooden raft continued forward, and they were met with the third rolling rock. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rolling rock was extremely loud. Something's wrong, the Li man muttered. Fuck. This time, 2 rolling rocks arrived one after the other. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. With the speed of the rolling rocks, this difference was at most half a second. Get ready, the red-robed man gritted his teeth. After I say fire, immediately channel your psychic powers. Everyone channeled their psychic powers into the wooden raft. Then, with a loud roar from the red-robed man, a beam of light shot out. Bang, the rolling rock shattered. Everyone hurriedly channeled their psychic powers into the wooden raft. Then, with a loud roar from the red-robed man, a beam of light shot out. Bang, the rolling rock shattered. Fire. The second beam of light shot out. Bang, the rolling rock exploded again. The crowd cheered, but it was too early for them to celebrate. They had only blown up 2/3 of the stone ball, and the remaining 1/3 was still rolling towards the wooden raft. Chapter 35-37. Everyone hurriedly launched attacks at the broken stone orb. Bam! The wooden raft suffered a heavy blow and stopped abruptly. Fortunately, the broken stone ball was also sent flying. It did not knock over the raft and cause everyone to fall down the mountain. The youth surnamed Li quickly stabilized the wooden raft and continued forward. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the last strike had caused their blood to boil and made them feel incomparably uncomfortable, they had still managed to neutralize the attack. Hurry up and recover. There should be 2 more balls appearing at the same time, the red-robed man said in a deep voice. But unexpectedly, the number of stones that appeared next became 1. This was very easy to deal with. After 2 waves, 2 more rolling stones appeared at the same time. Boom, the momentum was tremendous. Get ready. The red-clothed man shouted. Bang bang, it was still 2 consecutive hits. The first boulder was shattered, but the second one was still half intact. Pang, it came crashing down with unstoppable force. Although everyone worked together to block it, they could not withstand the power of the rolling boulder. Boom, the rolling boulder crashed down. This time, Mu-Fa was not so lucky, and was instantly flipped over. Everyone fell. In an instant, they were in a state of weightlessness, falling straight down from the waist of the mountain. Is this going to kill someone? Ling Han's first reaction was to enter the spirit-nourishing gourd, but thinking that the people who fell before were only seriously injured, he didn't want to expose the secret of the spirit-nourishing gourd. Everyone fell to the ground, and soon, the ground appeared. Ling Han immediately activated so near, yet worlds apart, and with a single step, he had already landed on the ground. However, a powerful rebounding force assaulted him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The impact was too powerful. Even if he used a movement technique, he would not be able to completely dodge it. Fortunately, Ling Han's bones had undergone 7 evolutions, and their toughness was something that ordinary engravement realm experts could not compare to. He sat down with his legs crossed and practiced the Monkey King's cultivation method over and over again. The warm energy flowed through his body. After a while, the boiling energy in his body finally calmed down. If Ling Han was already in such a state, the others were even more miserable. Each and every one of them was still moaning and groaning on the ground. It wasn't just the 9 men in red. More than 2/3 of the people who had climbed up the mountain earlier had appeared at the bottom of the mountain. They all had miserable expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had all fallen down. Perhaps it was because they had arrived earlier that they had already recovered. Ling Han thought about it and decided to work alone. Of course, he wasn't alone. He called the milk babies out. The power of Mu-Fa's attack depended on the overall strength of the telekinesis, but there was also the problem of combining the telekinesis. Without coordination, the 10 people's telekinesis would be very heterogeneous. They would not be able to unleash much power. However, Ling Han had absolute faith in the 7 babies. They were born from the same vine, so their minds must be connected. They were like septuplets. Of course, 7th brother could fall asleep at any time, so the 7 of them had to be counted as 6. Moreover, the milk babies all had innate divine bodies, so their psyche power was definitely not weak. The young man surnamed Li and the others lay down for a while and slowly recovered. There seemed to be a protective mechanism in place. It would cause them pain, but it wouldn't cause serious injuries. It's all this brat's fault. An engravement realm suddenly pointed at Ling Han. He didn't cooperate with us properly. That's why we failed at the last moment. His words won the agreement of several people, and they all glared at Ling Han. Ling Han was surprised. Indeed, he was partly to blame for everyone's lack of teamwork, but to push the blame onto him and make him take the blame alone was too much. That's right. Brother Li shouldn't have found an outsider. But an engravement realm would only suck up to us. Let him compensate us for our losses. The engravement realms were the ones who were making things difficult. All of them had cold expressions. It seemed like it was Ling Han's fault that they couldn't climb up the mountain. Ling Han sighed and said, "Do you have any shame? Humph, you caused us to fail at the last moment, and you still want to argue?" Someone criticized. "Take him down." 5 engravement realms jumped out and surrounded Ling Han. All of them had unfriendly expressions. They couldn't climb up the mountain, so they were naturally unhappy about their failure. They had to find someone to vent their anger on, and Ling Han, who had nothing to do with them, was definitely the best candidate. The four awakening realms watched coldly from the sidelines. Even the youth surnamed Li didn't have any intention of stopping them. They had to vent their anger, or else how could they unite the team? Ling Han shook his head. Since you guys want to die so badly, then you can't blame anyone else. Huh, you still dare to be so stubborn, someone sneered. Don't let him die so easily. It'll take time for Mu Fa to reappear anyway. We'll slowly toy with him to death, one sword at a time. All right. The others all nodded. They didn't feel like they were going overboard. Compared to the cruelty of the cage, they were already gentle enough. Ling Han snorted. His gaze was cold as he suddenly charged out. Bang! He punched out. His opponent didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. His body exploded in midair, turning into a rain of blood. This caused the other four engravement realms to be stunned. They couldn't even wrap their heads around what had just happened. You brat! The young man surnamed Li and the other three opening aperture tier cultivators were enraged, especially the young man surnamed Li. He was the one who had brought Ling Han into the team, but in the end, Ling Han had killed one of his team members right under his nose. This made him even more furious, and he felt as if he had been deceived. You're in the engravement realm. You're courting death. He flew out and drew a saber from his waist. As he slashed out, a piercingly cold black saber chi slashed towards Ling Han. Strangely, there were actually several white skulls emerging from the saber chi, which was terrifying to the extreme. This is Ghost Shadow Elder's unique technique. Could he be Ghost Shadow Elder's disciple? An old monster at the true self realm. Shoo, you don't want to live anymore, daring to lie about a true self realm expert. Everyone discussed spiritedly, but how could their voices be faster than the blade light? The blade had already arrived in front of Ling Han. Ling Han was calm and unafraid, and merely delivered a punch. Peng, the blade aura immediately shattered, but the skulls seemed unaffected and entered Ling Han's body. Ha ha ha. The youth surnamed Li laughed loudly. Brat, do you think you can resist my ghost shadow blade just because you're a bit stronger? Humph, being invaded by the blade aura, you can just wait to die. He was full of confidence. Those skulls were actually also blade aura that had been fused with some kind of secret technique. They were terrifyingly destructive to the physical body, and as long as they entered the body, they would undoubtedly die. As a response, Ling Han punched out again. Peng, an engravement realm was instantly blown apart. Boom, his blood chi was as vigorous as a furnace, burning fiercely. What? The youth surnamed Li's mouth was wide open, completely unable to believe his eyes. How could someone's blood chi be so vigorous that it could burn the corrosive power of his ghost shadow blade aura into ashes? Chapter 35-38. You scoundrel, die. Another enlightening realm cultivator flew over and attacked Ling Han. The one Ling Han had just killed with one punch was his junior. Ling Han didn't want to waste time and took out his war hammer. Once it was activated, blazing white lightning danced. He rushed out and killed the enlightening realm cultivator with one blow. His battle strength was enough to crush an enlightening realm cultivator, and with the power of a one-star ritual implement, he killed them instantly. This time, the youth surnamed Li and the others were shocked to the bone. Who would have thought that the punching bag they were looking for was a demon king? This time, they had kicked an iron plate. Friend, let's talk this out. The youth surnamed Li immediately softened. Ling Han didn't pay attention to him and attacked aggressively. As he waved his war hammer, blazing lightning flashed. This was a one-star ritual implement. Even though it couldn't display its full power, in Ling Han's hands, it had the power of a secret-seeking realm. How terrifying was this? Even an enlightening realm cultivator would feel numb after being hit by the lightning and lose the ability to dodge. Being hit by the war hammer, they would naturally be smashed into a bloody mess. Ling Han was expressionless as he slaughtered to his heart's content. 1, 2, 3, the youth surnamed Li and the others had a total of 9 people. Soon, only one was left, the youth surnamed Li. This was naturally done on purpose by Ling Han. He said indifferently, "Did I do anything wrong?" "No, no." The youth surnamed Li shook his head repeatedly. "Then why are you so aggressive?" Ling Han asked. The youth surnamed Li couldn't answer. They had failed this time, and in order to maintain the stability of the team and vent their emotions, they naturally needed a punching bag to blame for their failure. Ling Han was such a person, but no one would have thought that this self-proclaimed engravement realm weakling was actually a killing god. Bang! Ling Han's hammer fell and killed the youth surnamed Li. He coldly glanced at the others, causing them to be shocked. They were afraid that he would become murderous and treat them as targets. Fortunately, Ling Han was not such a person. This hammer isn't bad. I'll take it. However, someone just happened to stand up and take the initiative to provoke Ling Han. This was a secret realm expert. Of course, it was not afraid of Ling Han. "I want it too. What should we do?" Another secret realm cultivator stood up. "I'm also interested," the third secret seeking realm said with a smile. The secret realm experts present spoke up one after another. A quick count showed that there were as many as 11 people. Ling Han swept his gaze over them and indifferently said, "Are you all so shameless? You want to join hands to deal with an engravement realm cultivator like me? What kind of joke is this? You're in the engravement realm." Everyone laughed. Even with the power of a ritual implement, Ling Han's own strength was still frighteningly strong. Could this be the engravement realm? It seemed that these people were determined to gang up on him and beat him up without caring about their reputation. Ling Han's figure moved, and with a single step, he instantly disappeared. What? Where is he? Where did he go? The secret realm experts exclaimed. His speed was too fast. With just a step, he disappeared. They couldn't even catch a trace of him. Damn it. He has a 1-star ritual implement and such a shocking body technique. He must be the disciple of some mighty figure. If he escapes, there will be endless trouble in the future, someone said regretfully. It's fine. He will have to go up the mountain eventually. We can just guard here. That's right. Let's stop him here. The secret realm experts quickly reached a consensus. A 1-star ritual implement was enough to make them want to kill him. In the distance, Ling Han had already quietly returned. He was someone who was willing to suffer losses. Of course not. He left before because he was outnumbered. 11 secret-seeking realms were too many. Even if he relied on the power of the ritual implement, he would barely be able to deal with one secret-seeking realm. If he was besieged by 11 secret-seeking realms, he would definitely die a tragic death. This time, his whole body was wrapped in the void beast skin, completely concealing his traces and identity. He quietly approached and stared at a secret realm expert. Should he hit him with the gravestone fragment and let him be plagued with bad luck? Or should he just kill him with the heavenly pattern jade? Ling Han thought for a while and decided to use the gravestone fragment. He approached again and again until he was behind the man and smashed him with a brick. Back then, even Hong Tianbu was hit, let alone this kind of trash. Even if Hong Tianbu was only in the enlightening realm, he was much stronger than him. Bang! The man didn't even have time to react and immediately fell to the ground. There was a big bump on the back of his head. What's going on? Everyone looked over. A secret realm expert suddenly fell to the ground. How strange was this? Looking at the bump on the back of the man's head, everyone was sure that he must have been hit from behind. The problem was, no one saw anyone make a move. It must be that kid. He has the ability to hide himself. Everyone, back to back, form a circle. A few secret realm experts said one after another. Everyone quickly formed a circle. Some enlightening realm and engravement realm experts were gloomy. They didn't offend Ling Han, but they were kidnapped into this team. How innocent were they? They had no choice. If they didn't obey now, they would offend these secret realm experts. Kid, come out if you dare. After forming a circle with everyone, a secret realm expert began to challenge Qin Feng. Sneaking around like some expert. Do you dare to come out and fight? I won't bully you. One-on-one. These people challenged, but they didn't get any response from Ling Han. After a while, these people's mouths were dry, so they stopped to rest. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared and hit one of the secret realm experts. Huh, trying to sneak up on me? The secret realm expert sneered and punched at the white light. The white light was very fast, reaching 11 times the speed of sound, but the secret realm expert still managed to meet it. His fist was wrapped in high-level energy, like a heavy hammer. No matter what the white light was, it was smashed in one blow. Bang! The white light hit the secret realm expert's fist. Instantly, his fist exploded, but the white light didn't stop. It continued forward, and then the secret realm expert turned into a rain of blood. Pa, pa, pa. The rain of blood fell on the people nearby. Only then did they wake up. A secret realm expert had been beaten to death. Ling Han's figure appeared, and he grabbed the heavenly rune jade. The void beast skin and the heavenly rune jade were a perfect match. It allowed him to accumulate power calmly, and others couldn't see where the attack came from. Within a short distance of 15 feet, the heavenly rune jade could unleash its strongest power and give the opponent no time to react. Hence, with just one strike, a secret-seeking realm cultivator fell. You! The remaining 9 secret realm experts glared at him. In a short while, one of the 2 secret realm experts was knocked unconscious, and the other was beaten to death. How could they not be angry and panicked? Ling Han smiled faintly, took a step, and disappeared again. Chapter 35-40. The stone-like creature was clearly ambushing them. When Ling Han tossed out the heavenly pattern jade, it immediately leaped into the air and charged at Ling Han. Unfortunately, it definitely didn't expect Ling Han to have such a powerful weapon in his possession. How could it possibly dodge an attack that was 11 times the speed of sound? If Ling Han hadn't made his move yet, it could still dodge in advance by judging Ling Han's movements. However, once the heavenly pattern jade was thrown out, it was 11 times the speed of sound and at such a close distance. Even a secret seeker wouldn't be able to dodge, not to mention that it was coming for Ling Han. Bam! The creature exploded in just one blow. The heavenly pattern jade was a 2-star material and a spiritual energy magic tool. Even if it was activated by Ling Han, it still possessed an astonishing power. Ling Han walked over. Though this creature had been blasted into smithereens, there was no blood or flesh left behind. Instead, there was only a gray round core that was only about the size of a candied date. He picked it up and saw lines of patterns on it, giving off an ancient aura. This isn't a creature. Ling Han was puzzled. He could clearly see the blood chi of this thing, but it wasn't made of flesh and blood. Judging from the round core, the stone-like creature must have been formed by a formation. That was why it didn't have flesh and blood, and this round core was its core. Ling Han tossed the round core in his hand. He couldn't see anything special about it, but he still put it away. He naturally couldn't just throw away something he didn't know of. It didn't take up much space anyway. Let's go. They continued forward. This time, Ling Han paid attention and carefully observed the stones on both sides of the road. If he saw anything strange, he would use his eye ability to observe. There was no harm in being careful. He actually discovered a few monsters formed by a formation. Instead, he ambushed them with the heavenly pattern jade and killed them cleanly. If others saw this, they would definitely cry out in disbelief. When did the engravement realm become so awesome? They could kill monsters 2 levels above them. The number of round cores in Ling Han's hand gradually increased. Although he studied them in detail, he did not discover anything strange. However, he still kept every single one of them. By the end of the day, Ling Han had collected 25 round cores, which meant that he had killed 25 monsters formed by the formation. This battle record was quite impressive, especially since Ling Han was only at the engravement realm. No one would believe him even if he told them about it. It couldn't be helped. The monsters formed by the formation wanted to ambush them, and Ling Han just had to have the heavenly rune jade. Otherwise, even if Ling Han was lucky enough to succeed, it would only be an isolated case, unlike now, where he succeeded time and time again. Moreover, it was all a fatal blow. His efficiency was too high. When night fell, the rugged and steep mountain road finally came to an end. A stone house appeared in front of him, standing out of place. Behind the stone house was a large lake. Ling Han thought for a moment, then used his eye ability to check the stone house before walking over. The house was very simple. There was only a large stone table. The strange thing was that there was a circle of holes in the center of the stone table. After counting, there were 9 of them. They were not big, and at most, an object the size of a date could be placed in them. It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Han subconsciously took out a round core and placed it in the hole. It was just right. Half of it was embedded in the hole, and the other half was exposed. It seemed to be tailor-made. "It's all right," fourth baby said. "Hey, Dad, you brought so many beads. Try putting them all in here," fifth baby said. Ling Han did as he was told, and put in one round core after another. When all 9 round cores had been put in, a strange scene appeared. The 9 round cores sank at the same time, and a stone appeared in the center of the table. It was slightly smaller than a fist. "Hey, this is a god stone. This is the extreme frost stone," second baby said immediately. Using this as the core to build an immortal foundation, it can allow the immortal foundation to have the power of extreme cold, comparable to a 9th grade magical power. 9th grade magical power? This was already very powerful. After all, it was a magical power. To be given such a title, it naturally had to be very powerful. Ling Han was surprised. So killing monsters could be exchanged for treasures. He put away the extreme frost stone and put in the 9 round cores. When the round cores disappeared, a stone immediately replaced them. "Flame Spirit Stone," seventh baby said, yawning as he spoke. "It can allow a warrior to have a flame god." Before the word "connect" could come out of her mouth, she did not disappoint them. She fell asleep with a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. As expected of the sleeping god. Unfortunately, there were only 7 round cores left. It was not enough to exchange for another god stone. Although he had only obtained 2 god stones that could only be compared to a 9th grade magical power, it was already very powerful. It was said that the best god stone could not compare to a 1st grade magical power. It could not be helped, the best innate divine body had to be gifted by the heavens. Ling Han did not stay in the stone house for long. If he spent the night here, it was very likely that someone would come over in the middle of the night. Who knew if they would have evil intentions towards him? There was also Hong Tianbu. He reckoned that this person should still be searching for him in the outer island area because he did not have the passage stone. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to come to the foot of the mountain. Therefore, Hong Tianbu should have searched for a long time before realizing that he had already gone up the mountain. Ling Han left the stone house. Next was a large lake, and there was a small boat on the shore. This boat was really very small, and could only fit 1 person. Ling Han let the milk baby and perverted pig enter into the origin nurturing gourd, while he jumped onto the small boat. Paddling, he rowed towards the other side of the lake. Whoosh, the wooden paddle entered the water and created a splash. The night wind blew, making people feel relaxed and happy. Ling Han also had a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. After entering this world, he had been constantly cultivating and fighting. It was rare for him to have a relaxing moment like this on the lake. He closed his eyes and just paddled like that, enjoying the feeling of the lake water gently beating against the small boat. Wait a minute. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the lake. His expression could not help but change. The moon in the lake did not change at all. How could it be? The lake water was moving, that would definitely cause the reflection of the moon to change. At this moment, a large wave suddenly rose on the surface of the lake. A huge tentacle broke out of the water and heavily whipped towards the small boat. If Ling Han had been relaxed and careless before, then this attack was very likely to consign him to eternal damnation. However, since he was already vigilant, it was naturally impossible for him to be hit. He jumped up high and leapt forward. Because he did not use imminent skyline, and it was indeed a little rushed, this leap only covered a distance of a few hundred feet. Ling Han's right foot landed and stepped on the surface of the water. He planned to borrow a little tension from the surface of the water. However, when his foot touched the surface of the water, he did not borrow the slightest bit of strength at all. His entire body immediately sank. Chapter 35-41. Ling Han sank all the way to the bottom, as if the water in the lake was all air, unable to provide even the slightest buoyancy. And he looked carefully. The moon in the water was not a reflection at all, but a giant eye, silvery white in color. At this moment, a giant creature also charged toward him. It had 8 strangely long and soft legs, and as soon as it touched the bottom of the lake, its body suddenly sped up, moving at an incredible speed. This was a giant octopus. Shua, the octopus had already pulled out a tentacle, and it struck toward him. Ling Han sank to the bottom, and immediately tapped his feet, wanting to break out of the water and return to the shore. But he was surprised to find that when he was sinking, the lake water seemed to not exist, but when he wanted to jump up, the water pressure pressed down layer by layer, making it impossible for him to use his speed. The tentacle had already reached him. Ling Han hurriedly swung out a fist to meet it. Peng, a huge shock came, and he was immediately sent flying. Under the resistance of the water, he did not retreat too far, but the inside of his body was in turmoil, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. This was a being in the mystery-seeking realm, and it was probably standing at the peak of the mystery-seeking realm. This power was too terrifying. If Ling Han had not cultivated the 7 bones, this blow was enough to shatter half of his bones. Fortunately, under the protection of the incomparably hard bones, his internal organs were only shaken, and not damaged. Shua, the octopus, whipped out another tentacle. Ling Han had no time to care about the discomfort in his body, and hurriedly took out his warhammer. Lightning surged, and he struck toward the octopus. However, although the main target of the electric discharge in the water was the giant octopus, it was inevitable that a portion of the current would overflow, and it was transmitted to Ling Han's body. Immediately, he shivered, and he almost dropped the hammer. Under the attack of the lightning, a sliver of sluggishness appeared on the giant octopus, giving Ling Han a chance to dodge. Peng, the tentacle lashed out, and the entire surface of the lake began to boil. It also kicked up a great deal of sand, causing the originally crystal-clear lake water to become incredibly turbid. This giant octopus was way too ferocious. Even after eating a 1-star magic tool raw, the attack only slowed down for a moment. Although Ling Han could not unleash the full power of the magic tool, it should be enough to give the secret realm a hard time. Shua, the octopus, attacked again. Ling Han struck out with a baleful aura attack. This was formed during the 7 transformations, and it was guaranteed that no one else in the world would have such an ability. There was no such thing as a distance for baleful aura attacks. They could be launched in an instant. However, the octopus was not affected at all. Its tentacles lashed out with the same ferocity. Damn, it's not affected by baleful aura attacks. This was not a proper octopus, otherwise how could it be like this? Ling Han swung his war hammer at the tentacles. Although this would affect him, it was better than being killed by the tentacles. He activated his eye sorcery, but the octopus was vivid and lifelike. It did not seem fake at all. However, Ling Han saw the flaw in this attack. He moved his body and dodged the attack again. He had never been a passive defensive person. While dodging, he counterattacked and threw out a punch. However, in the water, every bit of the punch was reduced by the water's resistance. Therefore, when the punch hit the octopus, at least 1/3 of the punch was wasted. Bang! This punch hit the octopus. It did not cause any damage, but a layer of ripples formed on its skin. Because Ling Han had activated his eye sorcery, he could see more things. When the punch hit, the octopus tightened its skin, spreading the power evenly over a large area, reducing the power of the punch to almost zero. However, taking advantage of these few attacks, Ling Han finally retreated to the shore. Then, he broke out of the water and returned to the shore. The giant octopus emerged from the water and stared at him for a while with one huge eye. Then, it slowly sank into the lake. In just a moment, the entire lake returned to its previous calm. Ling Han frowned. This lake was extremely wide, and it was impossible to jump across it. Furthermore, he could not borrow any strength from the surface of the water. Once he fell into the water, the resistance was shockingly strong. Moreover, the giant octopus would immediately rush over to attack, making it extremely difficult to cross the sea. Huh! Why could this small boat float again? This place was indeed strange. Ling Han decided to use so close, yet worlds apart. With this step, he could cross over 100 miles. Crossing this large lake should not be a problem. He immediately took a step forward. However, there seemed to be an invisible wall in the air. Bang! He hit the wall, and his whole body immediately slid down from the air, falling into the lake with a splash. In just an instant, the giant octopus had already arrived. Shwa! It waved its tentacles, showing no mercy. In any case, they could be considered acquaintances. Couldn't it give him some face? Ling Han hurriedly used all his skills and retreated all the way back to the shore. He had originally wanted to go around the giant octopus to the other end, but there was no way. The octopus had 8 legs, and its defense was impenetrable. Even so close, yet worlds apart, could not pass through. Use the heavenly pattern jade. Ling Han thought of the giant octopus's strange way of dissolving energy and felt that it would be difficult to use the heavenly pattern jade. More importantly, the octopus was hiding at the bottom of the lake. Even if he shot the heavenly pattern jade out, it would be affected by the resistance of the water. How fast could it reach? Use the void beast skin. He put it on and entered the water. He immediately found that his invisibility had lost its effect after being soaked in the water. Fuck, how was this even possible? He could only cross it. Ling Han thought for a moment. If the octopus attacked, he could steer the boat to evade and use his ocular sorcery to see through the opponent's attack. He could then seize the opportunity to cross it. It was obviously impossible to defeat or even kill this giant monster. He once again crossed on the boat. After a short distance, bang, the water surface split open. As expected, the giant octopus attacked again. Ling Han swung the warhammer in his right hand and shot out lightning. Now that he was on the boat, he did not have to worry about being affected by the lightning. He paddled with his left hand, and with a forceful stroke, the small boat broke through the water surface at an astonishing speed. While the octopus was numb from the lightning, the small boat quickly evaded the attack and sped forward. However, the octopus had 8 tentacles. Even if he dodged one, there was still another. Ling Han activated his ocular sorcery and saw everything. The world seemed to be moving at a speed 100 times slower than before. Both of his hands were moving at the same time. His right hand attacked, and his left hand paddled. Swimming freely in the middle of the octopus's bombardment, he always found a chance of survival. Bang bang bang. The whole lake was set off by the waves, and the small boat was swaying erratically as if it would capsize at any time. However, under Ling Han's control, it maintained an amazing stability. He dodged the first round of attacks and finally broke through the octopus's blockade, rushing towards the other side of the lake. The octopus chased after him. It was even faster than before, waving its 8 tentacles, and began the second round of bombardment. Ling Han was still the same as before. He swung his warhammer to create a chance for himself to escape, while paddling quickly. Only by reaching the other side of the lake can he really get rid of the octopus. End of chapter. Chapter 35-42. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Ling Han, the water splashed up to a height of nearly 300 meters, creating a terrifyingly huge wave. The surface of the lake rippled like a carpet, adding a lot of trouble to Ling Han. The difficulty of controlling the boat suddenly increased greatly. Fortunately, his telekinesis was strong. If there was any mistake, he could use it to adjust the boat's bow in time and continue to move in the right direction. This was a big fight. The giant octopus seemed to be invincible, and he could only hide from it. After a long time, the lake finally appeared in front of him. Ling Han was overjoyed. After paddling a few more times, he leaped towards the other side of the lake. Swoosh, 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 the giant octopus made its final attack, its 8 claws moving together. Peng, Ling Han landed on the ground. He turned around to look, and the octopus's tentacle brushed past his back. A strong wind whistled, causing his hair to flutter in the wind, but that was all. The giant octopus did not attack again, only staring at him. Ling Han made a face and laughed. 8-legged monster, chase me again if you dare. Believe it or not, I'll make you into a grilled squid. Of course, the giant octopus would not answer him. Its body gradually sank into the water, and soon disappeared. If I had entered the enlightenment state, even if I couldn't kill this ugly monster, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Ling Han sighed, looking a bit depressed. What he didn't realize was that in the past, only arcana-seeking cultivators would come to Ethereal Peak. Even Enlightening Realm cultivators weren't qualified to set foot on the island. However, there was a gap in martial arts. Now that Ethereal Peak was here, basically anyone below the Immortal Path would be defeated. They wouldn't even be qualified to set foot on the island. It was really not easy for him to make it here alone. Ling Han continued forward. There was another long mountain road ahead, winding all the way. He was careful to see if there would be any stone monsters formed by formations. But he worried too much. It was a very peaceful journey. As he walked, Ling Han felt the mountains suddenly become flat. At this time, the mountain road also came to an end. A canyon appeared in front of him, and at the entrance of the canyon, there was a large group of people either sitting or standing. Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out a mask and put it on. He was now the palace lord of the External Affairs Department, and there should be many people who had opinions about him. It was best to hide his identity. To be able to walk ahead of him, these people should not be simple. After he put on the mask, he could also hide his cultivation. No one would doubt him if he said that he was in the secret realm. Otherwise, if his cultivation was too low, it would sometimes cause trouble. Therefore, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, he was here for the God's Stone. Fighting was secondary. He strode over, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Finally, another one. Someone laughed. He was from the sea race because he had gills and fish whiskers on his face. As for what species he was, no one knew. He doesn't seem to be very strong. Another person said. He was from the demon race. He had the head of a mouse, but his hair was golden, and he gave off the aura of a lion. Indeed, his strength is a little weak, a third person said. He was really a human, and there was nothing strange about him from his appearance. Naturally, although Ling Han was monstrous, he was still only a 3-vein. In the eyes of the secret realm, he was naturally not strong enough. I am Han Lin. Ling Han saluted with his fists. Hee, why are you still covering your face? Is it too ugly? A woman covered her mouth and laughed. She was quite pretty and had a good figure, but her words made people feel uncomfortable. Ling Han knew that his strength was too weak, which made people look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Fuck, you've angered me. I'll set up a large and absolutely fair matrix around and see how many people can stand up to me. Ling Han didn't act out. The group gathered together and didn't move forward. Either there was a dangerous obstacle ahead, or there was a fortune here that they didn't want to leave. Sure enough, someone told him that there was a cavern here. According to historical records, there were divine stones inside, and even top-grade myriad star stones. Using them to cultivate to an immortal foundation would allow one to obtain a portion of the myriad star immortal physique's power. One had to know that the myriad star immortal physique was a top-grade innate divine physique. As long as one didn't die, they could at least become a sect master-level expert in the future. Thus, these people covetously eyed the myriad star stones. But the problem was that there were many blood thread pythons in this cavern. Adult blood thread pythons could reach the secret realm. Moreover, they were different from other pythons. Not only were they powerful, but they were also extremely poisonous. Thus, they were extremely troublesome to deal with. There weren't just one or two blood thread pythons in the cavern, but at least a few hundred. This was quite frightening. Even these self-proclaimed geniuses didn't dare to trespass. They had to find enough people before they could join forces. Ling Han was recruited by them. Who told him to be so weak? They were very straightforward. Fight with them or die. There was no third choice. If Ling Han was really in the secret realm, or even if he reached the enlightened apertures, these people wouldn't dare to threaten him like this. Instead, they would invite him to join them and promise him benefits. But now, he had to exert his strength, but there were no benefits. Hey, how ugly are you? You don't even show your face. The woman from before still didn't give up. She was still staring at Ling Han, insisting on seeing his face. Ling Han ignored her. He naturally wouldn't reveal his true face. There were several acquaintances here, such as Jin Yulu. If she saw him, would she take this opportunity to kill him? Brat, you've got guts. You don't even put me in your eyes? The woman revealed a fierce look. Forget it, forget it. Someone on the side advised. The woman still didn't give up. She kept shouting, saying that she, Ma Qiuling, had never seen such an arrogant person. She couldn't even close her mouth. Don't lower yourself to his level. When we attack the snake cave, let him be the vanguard. We'll kill him first, the person who advised said. Ma Qiuling was finally willing to give up. But her gaze towards Ling Han was still extremely unfriendly. Ling Han snorted in his heart. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew that these two definitely didn't have any good intentions. I won't kill you. When night fell, a few more people came, but they were all masters of the secret realm. They were either from the Sea clan or from the cages. Now, these two places had the most young masters coming out. Because these people were powerful, they were politely invited to attack the snake cave together with them. In comparison, Ling Han's treatment could not be any worse. When night came, most of the people closed their eyes and rested. They were not made of steel, so it was necessary for them to rest properly. It was almost time. Ling Han quietly took out the beast skin of the void, put it on, and immediately disappeared into the void. He looked at the tent where Ma Qiuling was, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 35-44. At the end of the cavern, there was a huge blood-striped snake. Its body was as thick as a bucket, and even though it was coiled, it was at least 30 meters long. There were lines on its body that looked like they were smeared with blood. This was how the blood-striped snake got its name. The blood lines also emitted a foul smell that was highly toxic. Ling Han frowned. Although the blood-striped snake from before had also emitted a highly toxic aura, it was far less intense. He would be fine if he held his breath for a while, but the blood-striped snake in front of him was too big, and the toxic aura it emitted was even more intense. Moreover, it seemed to have been coiled here, so the poisonous gas in this area was even more intense. They were still some distance away, but Ling Han felt like he was about to faint. Was this the Snake King? Obviously, this snake was not at the immortal path level. Otherwise, it could easily see through his disguise. Under his control, the void beast skin could not become invisible in front of an immortal path level cultivator. This was the king of the secret realm, and its strength far exceeded that of the other blood-striped snakes. Ling Han's eyes swept past the large snake. He saw that there was a strange stone beside the large snake. There seemed to be innumerable stars hidden inside, and they were emitting a faint light. The million-star stone. Ling Han could immediately conclude that it was the most precious thing in the entire cavern. Huh! He saw a purple plant beside the million-star stone. It was about a foot tall, and its stem was like purple jade, crystal clear. This was the purple jade spirit grass. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. This was good stuff. Eating it could improve one's cultivation. The problem was that the purple jade spirit grass was beside the Snake King. If he got too close, would the Snake King notice him? However, he was too eager to improve his realm. Here, if he did not enter the Enlightenment realm, he would have to rely on celestial devices to deal with the people in the secret realm. He believed that many people here had celestial devices. Once they fought, he would be at a great disadvantage. So he had to enter the secret realm quickly. He had to get it. Ling Han stealthily approached. When he was only a few feet away, the Snake King sensed something. It raised its head and looked around. It stuck out its tongue as if it had discovered something. Ling Han quickly stopped. After a while, the Snake King's head drooped down again as if it had fallen asleep again. Apart from hunting for food, snakes would generally curl up to rest and not waste energy. Even a powerful existence like the blood-striped snake did not change this characteristic. Ling Han held his breath. Firstly, it was to defend against the invasion of the poisonous gas. Secondly, it was to avoid being sensed by the Snake King as much as possible. With his current strength, holding it for half an hour was not a problem, but it was not safe. The poisonous gas still had a strong corrosive effect on his skin, making him feel waves of itch, and he wanted to scratch it to his heart's content. He looked down. Sure enough, his skin was red and slightly swollen. He had to be faster. Otherwise, he would be poisoned even if he did not inhale the poisonous gas. Ling Han sped up a little, but this immediately alerted the Snake King. It raised its head again, and this time, it stared in Ling Han's direction. Its green eyes were full of ferocity, making Ling Han feel a little sweaty. Fortunately, the Snake King did not attack in the end. It slowly leaned its head down again. Ling Han did not dare to speed up anymore. This would attract the Snake King's attention. Haste makes waste. He walked slowly, like a turtle crawling. It was not that he did not consider using the heavenly rune jade to launch a sneak attack, but the Snake King buried its head in its body when it was resting. It was impossible to hit it directly. With its huge body and the vitality of snakes, even if it was cut in half, it would not die for a while. If the Snake King went crazy, it would be enough to kill Ling Han many times over. After a long time, Ling Han finally came to the side of the myriad star stone and the purple jade spirit grass. He grabbed the myriad star stone in one hand and the purple jade spirit grass in the other. He suddenly pulled the spirit grass up and ran. Suddenly, the Snake King reacted immediately. Its tail flashed wildly and whipped toward Ling Han. Its speed was extremely fast, and the Snake King spat out a rolling poisonous mist from its mouth. With a leap, Ling Han had already reached the corner in front of him. He immediately turned around and threw the origin nurturing gourd into a very large crack in the rocks at the top. Then, with a show, he himself also entered inside. The Snake King swam over and naturally lost track of Ling Han. It stuck out its tongue and sensed Ling Han's aura, but found nothing. It wandered for a long time, and many bloodstring pythons swam over to search with their boss. However, it was all in vain. As soon as Ling Han entered the spirit-nourishing gourd, he immediately took out the detoxification pill and ate it. Although it was not a special detoxification pill, it was still helpful in detoxifying the poison. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" The milk babies all gathered around, and perverted pig just showed a gloating expression. "It's nothing," he said. Ling Han used the Monkey King's technique to detoxify the poison. His heart beat vigorously, spewing out a mighty life force, and his liver was also secreting detoxifying substances. The efficiency was amazing. This was because he had more than 1,000,000 inscriptions on these two organs, and their performance was naturally far superior to other inscription realm cultivators. Even so, he still spent a day to detoxify the poison completely. Ling Han wanted to leave, but he heard the sound of fighting coming from outside. The group of people outside had fought in. Ling Han thought about it and decided to hide here for a while. His invisibility was not like second babies, which could truly escape into the void and be untouchable. Instead, once he was hit, he would show his flaws. In a chaotic battle, the chances of being hit were too high. He took out the purple jade spirit grass. Anyway, it didn't matter where he refined it. Should he cook it? Such a thought flashed through Ling Han's mind, and then he laughed. This was not a meal, so there was no need to care about whether it was delicious or not. He picked up the purple jade spirit grass and took a bite. With a crunch, he bit off a section, and immediately a sour taste spread in his mouth. So unpalatable. Forget it, he chewed and swallowed the food into his stomach. After a few bites, Ling Han felt the heat in his abdomen, and the medicine was already working. He stopped and used the Monkey King's technique to refine the medicine. As the secret power flowed, he pushed the expansion of his meridians. The movement outside was getting louder and louder, but Ling Han did not notice it. He wholeheartedly pushed the expansion of his meridians, so that the secret power could be stored more, and the explosive power would be more sufficient. When the medicine disappeared, he chewed a few more bites, and then continued. After a day and a night, he finally reached the end of the three-vein realm. His meridians could no longer expand. Even if it was just a little bit more, he felt waves of pain. All right, he could try to break through to the four-vein realm. Without hesitation, he began to break through. Raising a small realm was too easy for him. The difficult part was how to carve more inscriptions on his internal organs in a limited time. Chapter 35-45. The battle outside was getting more and more intense, and it was getting closer to the bottom of the cave. Ling Han was still oblivious. He was at the crucial moment of breaking through to the fourth vein. His vitality had already begun to advance by leaps and bounds. He began to inscribe inscriptions on the fourth organ. After inscribing 1,000,000 inscriptions, his speed immediately slowed down. This time, he once again reached the level of 1,170,000 veined patterns. Ling Han was still not satisfied. He hoped to break through his limits every time. Just as he was about to go out, he found that there was a fierce battle going on outside. Jin Yulu and the other powerhouses were working together to attack the last cave, but the Snake King was blocking the door, so they were temporarily unable to break through. Although the Snake King was in the secret-seeking realm, his combat power was far beyond that. Moreover, his vitality was too exuberant, and he had no vital points on his body. Therefore, even if he was besieged by secret-seeking realm experts, he could hold out for a long time. However, no matter how strong they were still in the secret-seeking realm. How could they withstand the siege of more than a dozen secret-seeking realm experts, especially Jin Yulu and the others? Not only were they one-star geniuses, but they also had powerful magic weapons. Their combat power was too strong. However, the Serpent King was also very strong. The poisonous fog was a great threat to everyone, and the scales on its body could also be used as armor. Its defense was very strong. Therefore, the battle lasted for half a day, and everyone paid a great price before they were finally killed. After killing the Snake King, everyone hurriedly rushed into the last cave. Where are the divine stones? Someone shouted, somewhat flustered and exasperated. Didn't they say the parangons are in the last cave? Where are they? Did someone steal it? Everyone was furious. How much had they paid to fight their way here? They had been injured, their secret treasures had been consumed, and they had wasted a lot of time. Now that they had finally reached this place, they had gained nothing. They had worked so hard for nothing. Who could endure this? Anyone would have flipped out. The atmosphere at the scene was very tense. It was impossible for the God's Stone to disappear for no reason. Moreover, the Snake King was here, so it was impossible for it to be stolen. Therefore, one of them must have taken all the things. Who took it? Obediently hand it over. Don't force me to take action, said an Oceanid male. He was a lobsterman with a long tail. His arms were also a pair of large red pincers that were covered in black fur. Little lobster, who are you trying to scare? Someone was unhappy and immediately retorted sarcastically. This was a human who came from the cage. With a Life Core Realm warrior standing behind him, he naturally wasn't afraid of the Sea Tribe's Heaven's favorites. Do you want to die? The lobsterman asked. The Sea race also had their own foundation. Even if a Life Core Realm expert went there, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, he might not be able to return. Are you threatening me? That human asked indifferently. He was extremely displeased that he didn't find the divine stone he was looking forward to. The relationship between the human race and the sea race had always been full of contradictions. Previously, there was a need for them to cooperate, but now that the Snake Cave had been swept away, this temporary alliance was naturally dissolved. Don't be impulsive. Let's deal with the God's Stone first. Jean Yulu stretched out her hand. Once a fight broke out, the thief might take advantage of the chaos to escape. How could that be acceptable? She firmly believed that one of them must have taken the God's Stone and hidden it in a spatial artifact. What they needed to do now was very simple. Everyone had to take out their spatial magic tools so that it would be clear who did it. Alright, everyone, take out your spatial magic tools. Even if there were occasionally a few people who were unwilling, they didn't dare to provoke the crowd. Moreover, since they didn't take it themselves, they naturally had more confidence. Hence, everyone took out their spatial magic tools and let others check. But after checking all the spatial magic tools, there was still no trace of the God's Stone. Who's still hiding a spatial magic tool? The lobsterman from before started to flip out again. He moved his two large pincers and was full of killing intent. He was determined to obtain the myriad star stone. No matter who it was, he would kill them and take the God's Stone. Even Jean Yulu lost her patience. She secretly held on to the hilt of her sword and prepared to attack. Ling Han watched from the gourd and couldn't help but feel happy. Fight, hurry up and fight. Even if you kill until only one person is left, you won't find a single God's Stone even if you search the corpses of the others. A voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Junior Hong. Jean Yulu immediately called out. The person who had come was Hong Tianbu. Hong Tianbu. Someone who had seen his picture immediately said. It's me. Hong Tianbu strode out. Although he was also in the secret-seeking realm, after fusing with the eye of an ancient beast, his aura was incomparably shocking. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. This caused everyone to be unconvinced. Everyone was clearly in the secret-seeking realm, so why was there such a huge difference? Moreover, this man was just a native of Xianbei country. He was inferior to a native. How could this be endured? Hong Tianbu, what do you mean by that? A human asked. He was also from the prison realm, but he wasn't with Jean Yulu. Hong Tianbu smiled faintly and said, because long before you fought here, the God's Stone had already been taken away. How is that possible? The lobsterman sneered. Hong Tianbu, don't think that you can speak without thinking just because you have the title of a genius. In my eyes, you're just a nameless nobody. Bang! The lobsterman hadn't even finished speaking when he was sent flying, crashing into the cave wall. Instantly, many rocks fell down. Hong Tianbu slowly retracted his hand. He didn't even look at the lobsterman. Instead, he swept his gaze over everyone. Now, can you all pay attention to what I have to say? Everyone was shocked to discover that the lobsterman's carapace had been broken, and green blood flowed out. One had to know that those who could escape and attack the Serpent King were all experts among experts. But right now, such an expert wasn't even able to withstand a single blow from Hong Tianbu. So strong, no, too strong. Only Jin Yulu had a smile on her face. If Hong Tianbu wasn't so strong, how could he have caught her master's eye and been accepted as a disciple? Seeing that everyone was silent, Hong Tianbu then said, I dare to conclude that all the god's stones here were taken by a single person. He paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Hong Tianbu then continued, this person is Ling Han. Ling Han. Many people revealed blank expressions. Who was this person? Ling Han. Some people didn't believe it. They had heard of Ling Han. Even though he was a monster, he was currently only at the engravement realm. Unless this person ate a treasure fruit of heaven and earth and suddenly soared to the secret-seeking realm. This person has a treasure that can conceal his body. Therefore, he snuck in here first and took away the god's stones, causing all of you to work for nothing, Hong Tianbu continued. What? Only then did everyone start to believe Hong Tianbu's words. Just now, this Hong understood that Ma Qiuling was mysteriously knocked unconscious by someone. Do you all still remember? Hong Tianbu continued. Ah, could it be him? Everyone cried out in surprise. Chapter 35-46. Hong Tianbu, thank you so much. Ling Han gritted his teeth in the essence-nurturing gourd. This guy was trying to provoke everyone's hatred towards him. For the top-grade foundation building divine stone, these people would definitely hunt him down. They were all existences in the mystic realm and were most likely one-star geniuses. To be honest, Ling Han would not be able to handle it. That's why Hong Tianbu was ruthless. He made so many enemies for Ling Han, making up for his lack of manpower. I understand. One person suddenly slapped his thigh. Isn't Han Lin Ling Han? So, this guy had been planning to deceive us from the beginning. Despicable guy. Damn it. Hong Tianbu didn't need to remind them. They were not stupid and quickly reacted. Ling Han did not report his real name because he did not want to cause trouble. But now, from these people's point of view, Ling Han was deliberately mocking them after the matter was over, causing them to widen their eyes in anger. They wished they could immediately capture Ling Han and torture him 100 times. Of course, they had to snatch the foundation building divine stone first. Thank you, Brother Hong. Everyone cupped their hands and thanked Hong Tianbu. If Hong Tianbu did not reveal the truth in time, they would have killed each other. If Ling Han knew about this, wouldn't it be a huge joke? Moreover, Hong Tianbu's martial art talent was too terrifying, and he was about to be accepted as a disciple by a spirit transformation true lord. What was wrong with forming a good relationship with such a person? At this moment, Hong Tianbu revealed an arrogant expression and ignored the flattery of others. He was willing to stand up and reveal the truth only to attract hatred for Ling Han. More people would join him to hunt down Ling Han, not to stop these people from killing each other. Dying 10,000 times had nothing to do with him. When they recalled that the divine stone for establishing the celestial foundation had already been taken away by Ling Han, none of them had the mood to stay any longer. They all bid farewell and left. They wanted to be the first to find Ling Han, lest someone else beat them to it. If that happened, they would lose the opportunity to obtain the myriad star stone. When everyone had left, Jin Yulu smiled and said, "Junior brother Hong is truly wise. Yulu admires you. You flatter me, senior sister." Towards Jin Yulu's words, Hong Tianbu was still rather polite. He bowed slightly and smiled, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, causing Jin Yulu to be a little flustered. "Let's go too," she said hurriedly. Hong Tianbu nodded his head and revealed a proud smile. He felt a sense of accomplishment to have won the heart of a beauty from the secret-seeking realm. However, when he thought of Princess Biyao, he could not help but frown. He had been suppressed by Ling Han. This kid must die. After everyone left, Ling Han leisurely took out the energy-nourishing gourd. "Father, you seem to be hated by others," second baby said in a childish voice. "What are you talking about?" Fourth baby hurriedly said. "That's right. Can't you see that father is panicking?" Fifth baby added. "Hee, you look constipated." Sixth baby laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? We'll kill whoever comes." Eldest baby was full of murderous intent. Ling Han shook his head. These children were really little ancestors. Don't look at how they were all innocent and adorable, and could make others dig their hearts out to like them, but in truth, they were all super problematic children. Sigh, let's not think about it. He originally wanted to change his mask, but after thinking about it, he realized that everyone was chasing after him. If he covered his face, it would be the same as saying that there was something wrong with him. It was better to be frank and show his true face to others. That way, he might be able to fool some people. After all, not everyone could recognize him. So be it. Ling Han left with the children. His heart was filled with hope. If there was another opportunity like the Snake Cave, it would allow his cultivation to improve a few more levels. As long as he could enter the enlightenment stage, he would see who would beat who. He might not be able to defeat the top secret-seeking realm, but there should not be more than 10 people like him. How many one-star geniuses could there be? Unfortunately, this divine mountain mainly produced divine stones for immortal building. Treasured fruits and herbs that could improve cultivation were not here. It was lucky enough to find one. Out of the Snake Cave and out of the canyon, the terrain became steep again. They went all the way to the top. If he brought along a group of milk babies, they would be too big of a target. Thus, when the milk babies were tired of looking at the scenery, Ling Han put them into the origin nurturing gourd, leaving only the perverted pig by his side. This was a shield. If someone really attacked him, he could raise it to block at any time. Perverted pig was eating when he suddenly shivered. He looked up at Ling Han. He felt that this human was somewhat unreliable and would sell him out at any time. After eating, Ling Han continued forward with perverted pig. The mountain road here was very complicated. It was impossible to use high speed, or else it would be easy to hit the mountain wall. However, Ling Han's control of his body was too good. He was still faster than the average person. So it did not take long before a figure appeared in front of him. He caught up. When he passed by, the person glanced at him and then retracted his gaze, as if he did not know him at all. Sure enough, Ling Han nodded. There should not be many people who recognized him. His pace was not slow at all. Soon, he caught up with another person. When he passed by, the person glanced at him and then frowned, as if he was thinking about something. When Ling Han overtook and walked more than 100 feet, he heard a loud roar coming from behind. Ling Han, don't run. Well, this person had obviously seen Ling Han's photo before. It was just that he could not recall it for a while. That was why he was thinking hard and just felt that he looked familiar. The person chased over at an extremely fast speed. It just so happened that the mountain road was very straight, giving the other party a chance to burst out with speed. Ling Han turned around to look, only to see that the other party was whistling over. Behind him, rings of sonic boom clouds rose up, vibrating in all directions. However, they only swept up a few rocks, and did not cause any major damage. This mountain was obviously reinforced by a formation. Otherwise, it would not be so strong. Ling Han did not run. Although this person was in the secret realm, he had just stepped into this realm. If he showed all his trump cards, he would still stand a chance. Hand over the divine stone and I will spare your life. The person shouted, using a secret force to push his voice over. Otherwise, only his mouth could be seen moving, but not a trace of sound could be heard. Ling Han smiled faintly and took out his war hammer. This was his attitude. You're courting death. The person snorted and took out a short stick from his back. With a shake, a section appeared on both ends, and one end even had a spear tip. In an instant, it turned into a long spear. He stabbed with the spear. The lines on the body of the spear lit up as if it had come to life and turned into a divine dragon. Ling Han swung his hammer and smashed it. Lightning flashed. Fuck, a one-star ritual implement. The person could not dodge in time and was hit. Even if he was in the secret realm, he was still shaken. Chapter 35-48. This should have been arranged by Hong Tianbu to target his void beast skin, heavenly pattern jade, and tombstone fragments. As expected, the one who understood him the most was still his enemy. Hong Tianbu could be considered a formidable opponent. His talent in martial art was extremely high, his luck was extremely good, and his intelligence was always on point. Interesting. Ling Han decisively gave up on the idea of attacking. He thought that it was fortunate that Hong Tianbu's intentions were not more vicious. If there was only one secret-seeking realm here, and they deliberately lured him to attack, but in fact, there were a large number of experts arranged in the surroundings. I say, why did you drag the two of us here? The three people conversed. Yeah, don't forget, you're the bait. Fuck, I can't forget the scene of Ma Qiuling being slapped unconscious. That brat has a treasure that can conceal his figure. What if I die? If I die, I won't have any treasures. But you can't call us here without permission, right? Yeah. Hee, why don't we swap? Which one of you will guard here? I'll go to the back. After listening, Ling Han could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was not that Hong Tianbu did not think of it, but that these people messed it up themselves. What a vicious fellow, he had even calculated Ling Han's thoughts. He knew that Ling Han encountered a secret-seeking realm that was ambushed alone, yet he still dared to attack. Who asked him to hold back his anger? But if he attacked, he would really fall into Hong Tianbu's trap. Vicious, truly vicious. At least, Ling Han would not be able to betray his companions or allies like this, but Hong Tianbu had done it without the slightest hesitation. It was unknown how he had deceived others in the past, but he had even managed to deceive a mystery-seeking realm. Until now, this secret-seeking realm was afraid after thinking about it, and called his close companions over, coincidentally running into Ling Han. Xiao, a figure flashed, only to see Jin Yulu leaping over, her face full of displeasure. What are the two of you doing here? Go back. Ling Han no longer had the mood to continue watching, and quietly retreated. He felt a strong pressure. If his strength was strong enough, then even if this was a trap, he could completely step into it. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. Strength. Ling Han quietly passed through this area, then untied the void beast skin and stuffed it into the energy-nourishing gourd. It was not convenient for him to travel while wearing this thing. After all, it did not grow out of his body, and if he ran too fast, he would expose himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he pushed the perverted pig behind him. Puff, an attack landed on Luo Zhu's body. Although Luo Zhu was a weakling, his defense was invincible under the immortal path. No, this was not defense, but a kind of absorption ability that completely dissolved the power of the attack. But it hurts, asshole. Perverted pig let out a blood-curdling screech as tears streamed down his face. Ling Han turned his head and saw Hong Tianbu standing behind him with a sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was stabbed into the perverted pig's body, but it was unable to penetrate any further. Hong Tianbu had a look of disbelief on his face. Even such a sword was unable to kill Ling Han. Shua, he struck again. Ling Han did not care. Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he instantly disappeared. Peng, after activating so close, yet worlds apart for the second time, he crashed into a mountain peak. Even his nose was bleeding. He gritted his teeth, reflecting on his actions as he ran. Hong Tianbu's thoughts were really meticulous. He knew that the previous trap might have been seen through by Ling Han, so he laid an ambush at a position even further behind. In this way, if the previous trap worked, it would only be a matter of a while for him to rush back. If Ling Han did not fall for the trap, then he should be at ease here. If he used the normal method to travel, then launching a sneak attack should be a sure thing. Ling Han blamed himself. He clearly knew that Hong Tianbu's thoughts were vicious and his intelligence was extremely high, but how could he still be careless? He had still slightly underestimated Hong Tianbu. Luckily, he had held back and did not stuff Luo Zhu into the energy-nourishing gourd. Otherwise, even if that sword did not hit his heart, it would have caused serious damage to him. This was the price of carelessness. Ling Han took out some medicine and applied it to his nose. He deeply reflected on himself. In such a dangerous place, he could not afford to have the slightest bit of carelessness or luck. After reflecting on himself, Ling Han continued on his way. Previously, he was in a panic and went astray. When he returned to the main road, he once again used the void beast skin to make himself invisible. In this place, he could be said to be surrounded by enemies, so he had to be careful. Now, no one would care about his identity as the head of the External Affairs House. They all wanted to kill him and snatch the God's Stone. After returning to the right path, Ling Han continued up the mountain. When night fell, he was still on his way. He planned to rest during the day. This way, if he was upside down, his safety would be greatly increased. Early the next morning, he stopped and began to cultivate. After that, he rested. The power of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous, as if it had a life of its own. He only needed to gently attract it, and there would be endless power rushing into his body. This was because the environment of heaven and earth had changed greatly again. Or was it because he was on Misty Peak? The power of heaven and earth here was even denser. Forget it. Ling Han activated the Monkey King's technique and combined it with the Stone Wall's supplementary technique, pushing the meridians in his body to expand. This efficiency was too shocking. After half an hour, Ling Han's cultivation advanced a lot. At this speed, he did not need any treasured medicine at all. At most, he could reach the peak of Four Vein Realm in half a month. Ling Han's heart was thumping. If he could maintain this speed, then he would be at the peak of 5 Vein Realm in a month, and then at the peak of 6 Vein Realm in a month and a half. When he broke through to 7 Vein Realm, wouldn't he really have the strength to fight against the Mystic Realm? He was full of anticipation. These days of being hunted and targeted, he had long held back his anger. He wanted to counterattack. During the day, he hid in the spirit-nourishing gourd to rest. As long as he found a hidden place to hide the gourd, it could be said to be extremely safe. At night, he came out again and continued on his way. He did not walk for long before he found a bonfire in front of him, surrounded by many people. Hong Tianbu, Jin Yulu, and the others were all sitting by the bonfire. There must be treasures here, Ling Han said in his heart. Otherwise, with Hong Tianbu's arrogance, how could he mingle with these people? He moved slightly closer, ready to eavesdrop on these people's conversation. However, these people were all talking nonsense, and there was no important point, which made Ling Han feel extremely bored. Just when he was about to leave and find out what was going on by himself, these people suddenly changed the topic, and finally talked about what he wanted to know. It turned out that these people found an ice essence stone here. The ice essence stone was not a divine stone for immortal foundation building. It was a type of treasure that assisted in cultivation and could gather the power of heaven and earth. The reason why the power of heaven and earth here was so dense was because of the ice essence stone. Chapter 35-49. No wonder these people refused to leave. The ice stone could gather the power of heaven and earth. Even after entering the celestial path, it still had a strong supporting effect. However, the ice stone was difficult to obtain, so these people were discussing how to get it. Ling Han left quietly and came to the place according to these people. This was a steep mountain wall, and there was a pine tree on the mountain wall. It was as tall as a person, and at the top of the pine tree, there was a jade-colored stone that was smaller than a fist, emitting an incomparably weak light. That was the ice stone. Why was it difficult to obtain? Although the ice stone was placed at a very high place, it was not easy to climb a rock in the mystic realm. Moreover, didn't the demon clan and sea clan have birdmen? Wouldn't it be easy to fly up in their original forms and obtain the stone? That was because there would be a huge pressure after leaving the ground. Otherwise, the lake would be too easy to cross. As long as one spread their wings and flew, even the octopus would be helpless. Because of this, there was nothing the crowd could do. They could only watch from below. But the ice stone was so precious, who would be willing to leave it? Ling Han also raised his head to look. How was he supposed to obtain this treasure? Unfortunately, the people behind were too close. Otherwise, Ling Han could use the heavenly pattern jade to try smashing it. Wait, could sixth baby do it? Ling Han called sixth baby out and said, "There's a suppression here. Can you break through this barrier?" "I'll try," sixth baby said in a childish voice. She had an invisibility effect, so she was not afraid of being exposed. Ling Han could not see her, so he could only wait. After a while, sixth baby's voice sounded. "Dad, this suppression is too strong. I can't do anything about it." Even sixth baby couldn't do anything about it. Ling Han sighed. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly? He decided to take the risk. This treasure was too precious. He already had the myriad star stone, so his trip to Ethereal Peak could be said to be successful. Even if he could not obtain other divine stones, he did not care. However, the ice origin stone was a treasure that he had to obtain. He began to climb the peak, slowly climbing up. After crawling for a few feet, a powerful pressure assaulted him, and the void beast skin instantly fell off his body. It was only wrapped, so it was naturally unreliable. When the pressure was great, it immediately fell off. Ling Han grabbed the beast skin, but did not put it on. It was not easy to maintain his current posture. Fortunately, Hong Tianbu and the others were discussing how to obtain the ice origin stones. No matter how intelligent Hong Tianbu was, he would not have guessed that Ling Han would actually dare to take such a risk out of desperation. Ling Han continued to climb. The pressure was like a mountain, and sweat was rolling down his forehead like rain. However, he could still bear it. Ling Han climbed higher and higher. In reality, he had already surpassed the limits that most people could reach. This was because this pressure varied according to one's realm and was not absolute. It grew taller and taller until it was only 10 feet away. But at this time, the pressure was like a mountain, and it was difficult for him to move. Ling Han's speed was getting slower and slower. Every time he moved, his bones would make a cracking sound. There seems to be a sound. Not far away, Hong Tianbu and the others were discussing, but there were always people with especially sharp ears who heard the cracking sounds of bones. He turned around to look and couldn't help being shocked. There's someone up there. When the others heard this, they all looked over. Who is it? Heavens, he can actually climb so high. He's about to obtain the ice origin stones. Everyone cried out in alarm. This made them shocked. This level made them envious, and not a single one of them could reach it. Ling Han, Hong Tianbu blurted out, his face filled with shock. No matter how much he thought he understood Ling Han, he would never have imagined that Ling Han would dare appear so brazenly and directly obtain the Ice Origin Stones. However, he immediately revealed a cold smile. This time, Ling Han had walked right into the trap. "Listen to my arrangements," Hong Tianbu said. "Don't alarm him for now. Let him obtain the Ice Origin Stones, then surround him. Senior apprentice Sister Jean, set up the dragon locking formation so he can't use so close, yet worlds apart." He casually arranged it, but it cut off all of Ling Han's possible escape routes, displaying his powerful control ability. Everyone obeyed his orders. Although a fight was unavoidable after they took down Ling Han, they were willing to work together before that. Ling Han naturally saw the situation below, but since he had decided to take the risk, he naturally expected this possibility. He didn't panic at all and only continued to climb up. His current speed was calculated by the inch. He climbed up inch by inch, and for every inch he climbed up, he had to pay a huge price. All of the bones in his body kept cracking, as if they could shatter at any time. But when it came to the toughness of bones, Ling Han was definitely number one below the celestial path. Because he had gone through bone honing 7 times, the toughness of his bones was incomparable even in the mystic-seeking realm. 7 feet more, 5 feet more, 1 foot more. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and the Ice Origin Stones were within reach. Everyone watched, and their hearts were in their throats. They all hoped that Ling Han could succeed. Only after he succeeded could they seize the Ice Origin Stones from Ling Han. Ling Han's hand reached out and touched the Ice Origin Stone. He grabbed the stone, and he stored it into the Origin Nurturing Gourd. He looked down below. Everyone was waiting for him to come down, and once he landed, everyone would attack him at the first instant to seize the Ice Origin Stones, myriad star stones, and so on. However, since he dared to take the risk, he definitely had a backup plan. Ling Han took out the heavenly pattern jade, and then attached the Origin Nurturing Gourd to it, compressing it with his telekinesis. "Everyone, we'll meet again." He smiled, and suddenly tossed out the heavenly pattern jade. His telekinesis caught up, and his entire person immediately entered the Origin Nurturing Gourd. The heavenly pattern jade tore through space, and shot out. It immediately recovered to its 5,000 kilograms weight, and shot out with an unstoppable momentum. No one dared to block it. 5,000 kilograms, even if it was only 7 times the speed of sound, its power was still extremely terrifying. At least, it was not something that secret-seeking realms could block. Whoever blocked it would die. After all, the heavenly pattern jade itself was a 2-star material. Ping! The heavenly pattern jade shot out a certain distance, and suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air, as if it had been pierced. It was a formation set up by Jin Yulu, but it could not restrain the heavenly pattern jade at all, and was directly penetrated. Even Hong Tianbu did not expect that Ling Han would break out of the encirclement in such a way, and he even succeeded. In an instant, the heavenly pattern jade shot out a very, very long distance, and a heavy sound came from afar. The heavenly pattern jade weighed 5,000 kilograms, and colliding with it at such a speed, the destructive power was terrifying. Chase! Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all rushed out. They suddenly realized that Ling Han had suddenly disappeared, and he must have entered the gourd. This gourd could contain living things, and it was incomparably precious. Even true Lord Spirit transformation would be tempted by it. Whether it was the myriad star stones, Ice Origin Stones, or the Origin Nurturing Gourd, any one of them was a precious treasure that could make people break their heads for it. Chapter 3550. Ling Han immediately came out of the gourd, activated imminent skyline, and instantly disappeared from the spot. By the time Hong Tianbu and the others arrived, the place was already empty. In the distance, Ling Han smiled and traveled under the cover of the night. This time, Hong Tianbu must be very distressed. After a night, Ling Han took out the Ice Origin Stone and began to cultivate. This could gather the power of heaven and earth. With the ice origin stone as the center, the closer the distance, the denser the power of heaven and earth. After Ling Han used the Monkey King technique, he found that the power of heaven and earth was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. He did not even need to actively absorb it as it drilled into his body. After activating the supplementary cultivation method, his cultivation speed skyrocketed like a rocket. Previously, he could still cultivate several times faster when he was far away. Now that he directly held the ice origin stone and cultivated, it was ridiculously fast. After half an hour, Ling Han had a strange look on his face. Originally, he estimated that it would take about 15 days to break through to the fifth vein, but now, he only needed one more day. Exaggerated, too exaggerated. However, Ling Han used his pupil sorcery to take a look and found that the ice origin stone was slightly smaller. Although it was a very subtle change, it was true. In other words, this was actually a consumable. What a pity, how good would it be if the effect could last forever? Ling Han thought discontentedly. But according to the current consumption speed, it was more than enough to help him break through to the enlightening state. He kept the ice origin stone, entered the gourd, and began to rest. At night, the milk babies came out one after another. They were too bored. The group continued up the mountain, and after a while, a sea of flowers appeared in front of them. This was truly an ocean of flowers. There were red, purple, yellow, and all sorts of colors. They were incomparably bright. But this seemed to be planned, the same flowers all grew in the same place, incomparably orderly. Ling Han walked into the sea of flowers, but the scenery in front of him changed immediately. The seemingly ordinary flowers suddenly seemed to have become towering trees. What was going on? He was surprised that the flowers suddenly became bigger. No, it was he who became smaller. Ling Han took a few steps back, but everything immediately returned to its original state. The flowers only reached his knees. Interesting. He wanted to go around the sea of flowers, but found that there were cliffs on both sides. It was impossible to go around. He had no choice but to enter the sea of flowers and advance quickly. Soon, he crossed the flower field and a tall purple tree appeared in front of him. Of course, these were originally purple flowers and plants, but now they had become purple trees with bright leaves and huge flowers. Ling Han continued to move forward. In less than 10 minutes, he passed through the flower field again. In front of him was a large yellow tree. He crossed one field after another, and soon he frowned. Why did it seem like there was no end to it? No, he remembered that there were only 20 flower fields here, but he had already passed through at least 21. He wanted to climb up the tree, but as soon as his hand touched it, he immediately retracted it. He saw that his palm was bright red and itchy. You can't touch this grass. It's poisonous. Ling Han hurriedly took out some water to wash it, but it was still too late. In just a short while, his right hand had become strangely swollen, at least 4 times its original size, like a pig's trotter. Ha 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 ha. The milk babies all laughed loudly. The fat pig was also gloating, and it let out a gurgling laugh. Ling Han sighed. The poison was not serious, and it would not cause any serious damage to him. It was just that it was very itchy, so itchy that it was unbearable. He tried to tie some clothes on his hand, but there was a layer of oil on the flowers and plants, which was highly corrosive and could easily rot his clothes. Obviously, this method would not work. If he could stand on the top of the tree and see everything, it would naturally be very easy to get out. However, the situation now was different. How to get out? Was this a soul-trapping array? The key was that Ling Han did not find any traces of an array. He used his eye sorcery, but still could not see anything. Dad, don't waste your energy. This is a natural terrain, second baby said. Dad, you have not stepped into the path of immortality, so it is impossible for you to see the general trend formed by heaven and earth. Even you can't see through it? Ling Han asked. Second baby shook his head. Unless I grow a little older. Are we going to walk around here until the end of time? Ling Han murmured. Dad, don't be so pessimistic. The general trend formed by heaven and earth will always give people a chance of survival, second baby said. So, Dad, you just have to wait and see. The worst case scenario is to wait for a few days and wait for this trend to disappear on its own, eldest baby said. When heaven and earth move, the trend will change in strength. When it moves to a certain point, the power of the array will be at its highest, and at another point, it will weaken to zero. In other words, we have to wait until the trend of heaven and earth is at its weakest before we can go out, Ling Han said. Theoretically, that is true, but we can't rule out the possibility that you will be so lucky that you can walk out with your eyes closed, third baby said with a smile. Since this is a psychedelic array and there is no danger, I believe it will not be difficult to walk out. Ling Han did not give up. He kept walking around in the flower field, but no matter how he turned, he could not walk out. This was the general trend of heaven and earth, a natural array. If he wanted to break it, he would have to wait until he stepped into the path of immortality. The night passed, and he began to cultivate. He took out the ice essence stone and held it in his hand. Immediately, the power of heaven and earth rolled over. Half an hour later, Ling Han stopped, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already cultivated to the peak of 4-vein level, and he would be able to break through to 5-vein level in the next moment. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He stood up and looked to the side, only to see a man stealthily approaching. When he saw Ling Han's eyes looking over, his expression immediately became awkward. This person had wanted to kill suddenly, but he did not expect to be caught red-handed by Ling Han. Xiao, the person was stunned for a moment, and then immediately attacked Ling Han. This was naturally a mystery-seeking realm cultivator. He held a sword in his hand, and as the sword chi danced, mud and dust rose up along the way. Ling Han struck out with a murderous aura, and the person was instantly stifled. However, there was a huge disparity between their realms, and this stillness only lasted for a moment before he immediately attacked again. But this stillness gave Ling Han enough time to react. Ding, ding, ding. Ling Han took out his warhammer and fought fiercely with the person. However, this person's Dharma artifact was also at the 1-star level. Ling Han did not have the slightest advantage, and soon, he seemed to be struggling. I'm not playing anymore. Ling Han laughed and put all the milk babies back into the gourd. Currently, the most important thing was to break through to the enlightenment realm. As long as he could advance to this level, the mystery-seeking realm was nothing in his eyes. There was no need to waste time. Don't run. The person stabbed out with his sword. Ling Han did not even turn his head, and used perverted pig to block behind him. End of this chapter. Chapter 35-52. Everything went smoothly and simply. In just over 3 hours, Ling Han had broken through to 6-vein level. Just a little bit more. Ling Han said in his heart. Even if he did not break through to enlightened apertures, as long as he entered 7-vein level, he would definitely have the combat power to rival the secret-seeking realm. He did not need to rely on ritual implements, heavenly vein jade, void beast skin, and so on. He could truly compete with the secret-seeking realm with his own strength. And what he needed to do was to cultivate for a few more days. 6 transformations is indeed a limit breaker. My room for improvement now is much greater than when I first reached 5-vein level. So, I need 3 to 4 days to reach the peak. Ling Han nodded after looking at himself. The higher the level, the harder it was to fight against someone of a higher level. One of the reasons was that after breaking through the limit, the room for improvement was not as great as when one was in a lower level. For example, in the illuminating pulse realm, the difference between having 20 meridians and only 12 meridians was as great as heaven and earth. A person with 20 meridians could sweep away hundreds of people with 12 meridians. But in the engravement realm, even a 6-vein level could only deal with 3 or 4 5-vein level at most. So, if one wanted to be an invincible monster, he had to break through the foundation of the limit. Ling Han continued to simulate the process of inscribing 7 patterns. He had to be fully prepared, and at the same time, inscribe all the remaining internal organs. This was very, very difficult, but also incomparably important. He had to ensure that there were no mistakes. When he was cultivating in the morning, the ice primordial stone, which could not be hidden at all, immediately exposed him. Some people were still fine, as they had not reached the peak of the secret-seeking realm. They would first take advantage of the light before attacking. But some people were already at the peak of the secret-seeking realm and did not need to cultivate anymore. They would immediately attack fiercely, which seriously affected Ling Han's cultivation. Once, he even came face to face with Hong Tianbu. This person was very decisive. Although he had just entered the secret-seeking realm, he did not want to take advantage of the light and attacked immediately. In this place, it was impossible for Ling Han to use so close, yet worlds apart. Furthermore, when it came to the control of one's body, the monstrous Hong Tianbu did not lose out to Ling Han by much. From the beginning to the end, he had been hanging behind him, unable to shake him off. Or perhaps it was because of a special coincidence that the power of heaven and earth changed, affecting the formation. In the end, when Ling Han passed through a new flower field, the Hong Tian steps suddenly disappeared, as if he had entered another world. What a marvelous array! Ling Han grasped the profoundness within. After a long time, he shook his head. His realm was too low. There was no way he could comprehend it. Without reaching the immortal path, one would not be able to see any clues at all. Ling Han seized the moment and used the last bit of time to cultivate. Then, he found a place to hide and continued to simulate the 7 vein patterns. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed quietly. Ling Han was not in a hurry. In any case, his goal had basically been achieved. With a top-grade immortal foundation divine stone in his hand, it didn't matter if he didn't get anything else. Because he was severely affected, on the 9th day, Ling Han finally reached the limit of 6 veins. Finally, it was here. Ling Han took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. As long as he passed one more hurdle, he could go and take revenge. Come. He began to break through to 7 vein patterns in the vitality-nurturing gourd. This was incomparably difficult. Thinking back, when Ling Han reached 7 changes, it was because the plain power in his body suddenly activated. Even he himself was muddle-headed. Before that, he had absolutely no idea that he could reach 7 changes. As for the 7 bones, he had broken his own bones and found a way to survive an extreme death. So what if he had 7 veins? Would he have to explode his organs one by one? Ling Han clenched his teeth. If that was really the case, would he die first? After all, he currently did not have the indestructible true fluid to immediately heal his injuries, nor did he have the rising from the ashes to live again. Ling Han shook his head. Extreme Bone Realm could shatter one's own bones, but Engravement Realm definitely could not shatter one's own organs. The directions of the two were fundamentally different. Previously, he had already thought of many ideas. Now that he tried them one by one, he continuously encountered failure. However, he was not discouraged. If it was really easy to reach, how could there not be legends of 7 veins in this world? Ling Han made a new attempt. This time, he connected the organs of the 6 inscriptions in an attempt to cause the other organs to resonate and take that unprecedented step. After a long time, he discovered to his surprise that the organ in his stomach was actually responding. However, after trying for a while, he discovered that this response was too weak. It was far from being able to cause a leap in the level of life. What should he do? The direction was correct, but the world seemed to have imposed a restriction that absolutely did not allow the extreme of 7 to appear. Regardless of whether it was 7 changes, 7 bones, or 7 veins, it was impossible to reach them with normal methods. However, Ling Han had special methods. With a move of his telekinesis, all the living beings in the inner world responded in unison. They all released their telekinesis and fused it with Ling Han's thoughts. Although these telekinesis came from billions and billions of living beings, they all came from Ling Han's inner world and could be seen as a part of him. Naturally, there was no problem in fusing them together, causing Ling Han's telekinesis to become stronger and stronger. This could only be temporarily borrowed. If he extracted it endlessly, then all the living beings in his inner world would become the living dead. This huge surge of telekinesis only acted on the inside of Ling Han, but it seemed to have opened up another world, repelling the rules of this world or similar existences. My territory, I call the shots. 7 veins, open for me. The world and the outside world suddenly rumbled with thunder. It seemed to be filled with anger at Ling Han's treasonous behavior. Ling Han let out a long howl, making use of this instant opportunity to trigger a leap in the level of life. Quang quang quang. On the divine mountain of Misty Peak, a violent storm suddenly raged. Dark clouds rolled overhead, and lightning flashed continuously. It was as if some extremely evil and evil thing had appeared in the world and was about to send down a lightning punishment to erase it. This was not a fantasy. In the legends, many powerful evil things had been killed by heavenly lightning in this way. In the flower field, everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety, because this was precisely the flower field. This caused their hearts to tremble. If a lightning punishment really descended, how could they withstand it with their strength? They wanted to run, but they were lost in this flower field and could not leave at all. On Ling Han's stomach, a golden vein appeared. 7 veins. Although there was only one pattern, it still represented 7 transformations. Hong. The violent thunder rumbled without end, but Ling Han's level of life had already begun to rise. This was something that even the heavens could not stop. His body was also undergoing a drastic change. This was a drastic change in the level of his life. There's suddenly a shocking thunder, as if it's targeted. Hong Tianbu muttered. According to the ancient records, there are only 2 possibilities. An innate divine body has descended, or something heaven-defying has happened. This heaven-defying matter can refer to a certain living being doing something that defies the heavens, or it can refer to its own existence that defies the heavens. Could it be Ling Han? Chapter 35-53. It can be said that Hong Tianbu really thinks highly of Ling Han. The first thing he thought of was Ling Han, even though he didn't have any evidence. Hong Tianbu frowned slightly. Even though he merged with an ancient beast's eye, the heavens were extremely calm and didn't move at all. He was so monstrous, yet he didn't startle the heavens and earth. Yet, Ling Han did it. What kind of earth-shattering thing did this kid do? Hong Tianbu was filled with curiosity, but he was even more fearful. The more monstrous Ling Han was, the harder it was for him to kill him. Not only Hong Tianbu, people like Jin Yulu who came out from the cage knew even more. They were shocked. Even in the world where martial art flourished, it was rare to see such a scene where the heavens were enraged. From what Jin Yulu knew, there was a big clan that created a terrifying magical tool that could devour the blood of 10,000 clans to evolve. When they used this kind of magical tool to carry out a massacre, the heavens and earth were enraged. A bolt of lightning directly shattered the magical tool and killed the few almighties that controlled the magical tool. From then on, this big clan was reduced to an ordinary clan and there was no news of them at all. But here, how could such an evil magical tool appear? What exactly happened? When the 7 transformations started, Ling Han multitasked and started inscripting multiple organs at the same time. His speed was extremely fast. Because the first 1,000,000 lines were just copied, he didn't need to use his brain at all. Even multitasking was shockingly fast. 300,000 lines, 500,000 lines, 800,000 lines, 1,000,000 lines. Why can't I add more lines? Ling Han was shocked, only then did he realize that the process of the 7 patterns had already ended. Did the time become shorter? No. Ling Han shook his head. The process of the 7 transformations was still as long as before, but because he had to inscribe on multiple organs at the same time, it naturally affected the speed. Therefore, he only managed to inscribe around 1 million lines before the process ended. However, 1 million lines was already powerful enough. One must know that Ling Han didn't just inscribe 1 million lines on the stomach, but on all the other organs. Counting like this, his 7 patterns were terrifying. No matter what, the 7 transformations had already ended and he had achieved the result he wanted, inscribing all the organs. The benefits were too great. Ling Han exhaled, and it actually turned into a golden sword. It shot into the ground, creating a deep hole. All of his organs had been strengthened, allowing him to transform his breath into a sword. This was the ability he had obtained after breaking through to the 7th vein. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face. Baleful Aura Blast and Ocular Technique were both extremely powerful support abilities. Now that he had obtained an offensive technique, it would definitely not be simple. Unfortunately, breaking through the 7 bones did not give him any new abilities. Could it be that because he obtained 2 during the 7 transformations, he received an advance? Ling Han's thoughts were in a mess as he went out of the gourd with the milk babies. "Dad, you've really broken through to 7 inscriptions." Second baby exclaimed. She activated her ocular technique and saw that all of Ling Han's organs had 1 inscription pattern on them. Ling Han nodded. He kicked his legs and swung his fists, adapting to his new strength. 7 vein was equivalent to entering the enlightened aperture realm. He was a 4-star genius, invincible in a realm. Now he could completely suppress 99% of the secret-seeking realm, even 1-star geniuses would not be afraid. Who would be the winner would only be determined after a fight. "Dad is really amazing," eldest baby said sincerely. As expected of Dad, third baby said proudly. Perverted Pig was also very shocked. He looked at Ling Han with a strange gaze. Was there really a monster that could reach 7 vein in this world? After Ling Han had fully familiarized himself with his current strength, he revealed a smile. It was time for revenge. He walked around the flower field, looking for people everywhere. What made him depressed was that when he didn't want to meet people before, he would meet them from time to time. But now that he took the initiative to look for them, he couldn't find any. Forget it. He rested at night. The next morning, he took out the ice stone. Once this treasure appeared, it would definitely attract the nearby people. He held the stone and cultivated. His cultivation suddenly increased. After entering the 7 changes, he had a lot of room for improvement. Suddenly, Ling Han's heart moved. He spread out his divine sense. He saw a person approaching. Ling Han did not move. Right now, every second of cultivation time was precious, and he did not want to waste it. Xiao, the person had already closed in and suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in his hand. It was a saber, and he slashed at Ling Han. The blade was about to hit, but Ling Han did not react, as if he did not have the slightest feeling. The person could not help but look pleasantly surprised. It was as if the myriad star stone, ice stone, and other treasures were all waving at him. Puff. The saber had already reached, but the person was surprised to find that Ling Han had not been cut in 2. What was going on? He looked carefully and could not help but be shocked. The blade had cut on the body of a small fat pig. The pig's skin was pink and tender, as if it would break with a pinch. But when the blade cut it, it only sank a little, and there was no sign of it breaking. Fuck, what kind of pig was this? The perverted pig was also very angry. Why did people always cut it? Are you all blind? Can't you even tell a person from a pig? After the person was stunned, he hurriedly pulled back his saber, and then swung it again. Pooh, he immediately knew something was wrong, because the feeling did not feel like he had cut open a human body. Looking, it was indeed the perverted pig that had blocked this saber. The perverted pig looked at that person with deep hatred. How blind were you, and you still dared to cut this pig? It hurts, bastard. Ah. That person roared, and his saber slashed repeatedly. Poo, pu, pu, pu. But his saber only hit the perverted pig's body. This pig was very magical. It could absorb all attacks, and it did not affect Ling Han's cultivation at all. In reality, Ling Han was multitasking. On one hand, he was cultivating, and on the other, he was holding the pig and moving it back and forth, blocking the incoming attacks. That person slashed dozens of times, but they were all blocked by the perverted pig, which made him feel both depressed and shocked. What was going on with this pig? But he was also excited. If he could seize this pig, wouldn't he have another super shield? Give it to me. He stretched out his hand, no longer swinging his saber, but forcibly seized the perverted pig. Ling Han punched. Peng! In one blow, that person was immediately shaken back, but Ling Han's whole body also slid on the ground. In terms of strength, he was still slightly inferior to people in the mystery-seeking realm. That person howled and attacked again, wanting to kill Ling Han and seize the perverted pig, but he could not do either. He refused to give up. Ling Han had too many treasures hidden on him, and it was rare to see Ling Han not run, so how could he be willing to give up? Just like that, time flew by quickly. Is that enough? Ling Han suddenly said. That person was startled. Previously, Ling Han seemed to have been heavily wounded, and had been using the little fat pig to block his attacks. Occasionally, he would retaliate, but he had never opened his mouth. Now that he suddenly spoke, it really gave him a shock. Hand over the treasure, that person shouted. Chapter 35-54. Half an hour later, there was no longer any effect. Ling Han stood up. Previously, he did not want to waste his precious cultivation time, so he only used the perverted pig to block and occasionally retaliated with a punch. You want to kill me? Ling Han said calmly. And you want my treasures? Hand it over or die. Shouted that person. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I just sat on the ground and let you attack me, but you still couldn't hurt me at all. You still dream of killing me and stealing my treasures? That person was stunned. Previously, his mind was filled with treasures, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, it was truly terrifying. He couldn't help but take a step back, a chill rising in his heart. If someone told him before that he would be afraid of an engravement realm cultivator, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. He would have directly dismissed it as nonsense. But now, he was suddenly afraid. This person was a monster. If you didn't run just now, you still have a chance now, Ling Han said with a smile. Of course, even if that person ran, Ling Han would still chase after him. However, if the other party didn't run, he naturally didn't want to waste his cultivation time. That person thought for a moment, then suddenly puckered his lips and let out a long howl. He definitely couldn't deal with Ling Han alone, so even if a portion of the treasures were to be taken, he had to call for help. Ling Han didn't care. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill a pair. The only ones who could threaten him now were Hong Tianbu and the pitifully few two-star geniuses. As the whistling sound faded, for whistling sounds immediately came from the distance in response, but they came from different directions. The man immediately felt reassured and said, "My companions are about to arrive. If you hand over half of the treasures, I can let you go." Ling Han chuckled. That's a good idea. If there were 4 people, you would only get 1/5 of it. But now, you can get half. I'm starting to think highly of you. Cut the crap. Are you going to hand it over or not? Shouted that person. Time was limited. As a person, you have to be down to earth. Don't always think about those illusory things. Ling Han smiled. You really won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. That person clenched his teeth. He was a bit resentful. It was clearly a win-win situation. Ling Han moved and swept towards that person. I'll send you on your way first. Dream on. That person brandished his saber in a counterattack. His saber light shone brilliantly, like a ferocious tiger. Ling Han channeled a high-level energy and wrapped it around his hands. His two fists immediately turned into gold. Ding, ding, ding. He forcefully withstood the saber's edge. Every time he withstood the saber, golden shards would fall from his fists. That was a high-level energy. It was cut off, but it recovered in an instant. Ling Han's telekinesis was now much stronger. That person couldn't help but be aghast. He actually used his bare fists to take on his mystic-seeking realm's life treasure. This was simply a monster. How powerful is your telekinesis to be able to attract so much high-level energy? Ling Han advanced forcefully, bombarding the man with his fists until he was barely able to defend himself. That person was horrified. How could there be such a powerful engravement realm? Why isn't help here yet? If this continued, he would be done for at most 1 or 2 minutes. He hurriedly activated his blood qi. Even if he was in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't care less. If he didn't resist this wave of incomparably ferocious attacks from Ling Han, he wouldn't be able to last until his companions arrived. After activating his blood qi, that person's strength immediately increased by nearly 3 times. This was still a bit strong. In terms of strength, he completely suppressed Ling Han, and he instantly reversed the disadvantageous situation. Ling Han didn't care. He only used that person as a sparring partner, testing his own battle prowess to his heart's content. He circulated the demon monkey fist. As he punched out, the ancient demon monkey appeared again, emitting a terrifying evil aura. He didn't even need to use the baleful aura to cause his opponent's expression to stiffen and incomparably fearful. That person hurriedly activated his battle intent and fought fiercely with Ling Han. However, his willpower was suppressed, causing his battle prowess to plummet. Even activating his blood qi didn't have much of an effect. Fortunately, after such a long time, someone finally rushed over. Xiao, a figure rushed over with a curved blade in his hand, slashing towards Ling Han. In the path of immortals, the majority of people's magic tools were in the form of blades, swords, spears, and other weapons. Their effects were also very simple, and that was to increase their destructive power after activating them. There was no helping it, this was determined by their level. Ling Han humphed, and threw out a punch to meet it. Bang! The fist collided with the blade, and sparks flew everywhere. High-level energy vibrated, and the blade was dissolved. What? That person who had rushed over couldn't help but be shocked. This wasn't a dream, right? How could an engravement realm be so powerful? Ling Han smiled. You didn't expect this, did you? Not only did he not expect this, he was simply shocked. Quick, activate your blood qi. As long as we can tie him down, when more people arrive, we'll naturally be able to take him down, said the first man. Okay. The second person didn't dare to have any delusions. He hurriedly activated his blood qi and began to madly bombard Ling Han. Very quickly, a third person arrived, then a fourth, and a fifth. The 4 people who had responded earlier had all arrived. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, the time for the first and second person's blood qi to boil would be almost up. Ling Han, why aren't you running anymore? The last person to appear said coldly. He still didn't understand the situation. Ling Han smiled and directly rushed towards him. Why should I run? He opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. This was a Gung Jin sword formed from the internal organs of his body. It emitted an endless sharp aura as it shot towards that person. This sword was unstoppable. Ling Han's current battle prowess could already crush 99% of the mystery-seeking realm, and this Gung Jin sword was formed after cultivating 7 veins. Its power was unbelievably great. That person tried to block it, but he couldn't. He didn't even expect that Ling Han could spit out a sword from his mouth. With a puff, his chest was instantly pierced, and blood gushed out. He looked down, and his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had actually been killed in one hit. But no matter how much he didn't believe it, his legs gave way, and he was already lying on the ground. Dead. Hiss, the remaining 4 people gasped. Their strength was about the same, which meant that if Ling Han wanted to kill them, he only needed 1 hit to kill them. God, this guy did it on purpose. He pretended that the 2 sides could fight back and forth, so that he could gather everyone, and then kill them. You guys are having fun chasing me, aren't you? Ling Han turned around, his murderous aura boiling like smoke. But I'm very unhappy. I've been holding back a bellyful of anger, and now it's time for you to pay your debts. He rushed out, and his body collided. Bang! Suddenly, someone was sent flying by him, and only stopped when he hit the tree behind him. But his back was immediately corroded, making him cry out in pain. Everyone, let's go all out against him. The first man's face was ashen. He slapped his chest and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair fell off, revealing a bald head. There were actually 3 lines on his head that were glowing with light. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Chapter 35-56. Ling Han, you're shameless. Everyone pointed their halberds at him, unable to restrain their anger. A mere native actually dared to make a fool out of them? Ling Han smiled calmly, and said, do you want face just because you're begging for your lives? Everyone's faces turned red. Nothing could change the fact that they had knelt down for their lives, but in the end, it was Ling Han who was making a fool out of them, causing them to feel angry and ashamed. You're right. Seizing treasures from ancient sites, it all depends on your own ability and fate. Ling Han revealed a cold killing intent. Being continuously pursued by others, did they really think that he had no temper? Everyone, attack together, someone shouted. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. It's impossible for him to be a match for all of us combined. Right, fight it out with him. This was related to their own lives, so naturally, a single call would garner many responses. Everyone roared loudly. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight with their lives on the line. Ling Han was indifferent, and placed his hands behind his back. As long as no one fled, he would not be in a hurry to make a move. Kill him, and we can still reap great rewards, Ma Chilling said. She was filled with hatred towards Ling Han. After being smacked with a brick by him, not only was her appearance disfigured, she was also utterly humiliated. Peng, she had just finished speaking when a gust of wind blew over and poured into her throat, instantly causing her to cough. Being plagued by bad luck, it was truly like drinking cold water to get stuck in one's teeth. Kill. A dozen or so people immediately joined forces to attack, all of them holding spirit tools in their hands. Though they were all of the mystery-seeking tier, it was just enough for them to unleash their full power, making them even more powerful. Ling Han smiled faintly, and his killing intent surged. Those dozen or so people were all greatly shocked, and cold sweat rolled down their bodies. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a junior of the engravement tier, but a high and mighty true sovereign, or even an almighty being of the sect master level. Shwa, it was at this moment that a golden sword flew out. Pooh, it had already pierced through one of their heads. Unfortunately, the golden sword was unable to turn, and could only continue shooting out in a straight line. Then, it struck a mountain rock. But Ling Han charged out, his fists swinging. Peng, 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 it was as if he had transformed into a god of war. As his fists blasted out, everyone was sent flying. The remaining people seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly launched a counterattack. But it was useless. Under Ling Han's eye sorcery, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. Every punch he threw would definitely succeed. In just 2 to 3 seconds, 7 people had already been killed by Ling Han. They were either killed by his fists or killed by the golden sword. Everyone else was terrified. Earlier, they were still able to muster up the courage to fight with their lives on the line, but when they discovered that it was useless even if they fought with their lives on the line, they naturally lost all courage, and only a single thought remained in their minds, and that was to flee. With so many people running together, there should be a chance to escape. Run! Everyone turned around. Some went up the mountain, while others went back the way they came. No one dared to face Ling Han again. Ling Han snorted and activated absolute fairness. Instantly, everyone within 10 feet was affected and their cultivation was reduced to inscription patterns. How could he escape? Ling Han caught up. He started from the back and chased after them all the way. After their inscription patterns were shaved off, which one of them was a match for Ling Han? When he threw out a punch, he didn't even need to land a direct hit. As long as the wind from his fist brushed past them, it was guaranteed that the other party would die immediately. Ling Han was like a demon king. He chased after them all the way, leaving behind one corpse after another. After killing for a distance of 3,000 feet, there were only 3 people left in front of him. Pa, pa, pa. Those 3 people's legs all went soft, and they didn't even have the strength to take a step forward. They all knelt down, their bodies trembling non-stop. Ling Han walked over slowly, and his gaze swept over them. He said, "It's hard to avoid fighting for treasures in ancient ruins. But you guys don't just want to fight for treasures, you want to kill me. I will never be lenient to those who want to harm me." Ah! A man pounced out. A ray of light actually flew out from the top of his head, blasting towards the top of Ling Han's head. As if he was completely caught off guard, Ling Han actually didn't dodge. Success! Ma Qiuling and the remaining person couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect that they would actually be able to kill this demon king. No one would have thought that the man was a psychokinesis master. He hadn't shown his prowess all this time, but now he suddenly launched an attack from the head. Anyone would be caught off guard, right? Haha. The man who attacked also laughed loudly. He had been holding back all this time, and finally, his chance. However, the 3 of them immediately fell into despair again. This was because although the sword seemed to be stuck in Ling Han's forehead, not a single drop of blood flowed out. When they looked more closely, they found that the sword was simply floating on Ling Han's forehead, just a hair's breadth away from hitting its target. What? Ling Han smiled slightly. Are you the only psychokinesis master? The 3 of them were speechless. Although the beings in the cage all cultivated psychic power, they could only communicate with high-level energy. It was rare to find 1 in 100 people who could directly control objects. This was an ability that could only be obtained after reaching the celestial path. Therefore, it was naturally a pleasant surprise that the person could actually use psychokinesis to control the sword. This was a trump card. But who would have thought that Ling Han was actually a psychokinesis master as well, and directly used psychokinesis to capture the flying sword? Of course, this was because the flying sword was ordinary and not an artifact like the heavenly pattern jade. Otherwise, with the strength of Ling Han's current psychokinesis, he wouldn't be able to stop something that weighed 10,000 kilograms. Ling Han's psychokinesis moved, and the small sword slowly turned its head, the tip pointing straight at the person who had attacked just now. Xiao, the small sword flew out and slashed at that person. The person wanted to block it, but the moment he moved his hand, he let out a scream. It turned out that his shoulder bone had been broken by Ling Han, and he couldn't lift it at all. You used psychokinesis to control the sword to kill me, and I used psychokinesis to resolve it. Now, I'm also using psychokinesis to control the sword to attack you, and you must also use psychokinesis to resolve it. That person gritted his teeth and hurriedly organized his psychokinesis to intercept, forming a net that blocked the flying sword. But his expression immediately changed. This flying sword was too fast, so fast that he could only form 4 nets. Pu, 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 Pu. The flying sword was like a hot knife through butter, and instantly broke through the 4 nets of psychokinesis that he had set up, and then directly sank into the top of his skull. This sword was extremely sharp, and even that person's bones, which had been tempered 5 times, could not stop its sharpness. That person's expression was extremely strange, as if he was amazed, but also as if he was relieved. With a bang, he collapsed. The remaining 2 people trembled. Even a psychokinesis master couldn't do anything to a hair on Ling Han's head. What other tricks did they have? Ling Han punched out, and bang, one person instantly turned into a mist of blood. Only Ma Qiuling was left. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," she said incoherently. "I can give you everything. I can be your slave, I'll do anything you want." Disgusting. Ling Han punched out again, and bang, Ma Qiuling was also killed. He calmed his emotions, and looked ahead. He didn't see a single real big fish, such as Hong Tianbu, Jin Yulu, as well as a few elites from the cage and the sea tribe. They were all the few that had appeared in the last section of the Snake Cave, and their abilities were the strongest. They should all be ahead, or else after so long, they should have walked out of the flower field by now. Chapter 35-57. Ling Han put all the milk babies back into the gourd, leaving only the fat pig in his hand. "The fat pig, did I provoke you? Why are you using me as a shield every time there's a problem?" Although he had broken through to 7 vein, Ling Han was not arrogant. His realm was low, and that was a fact. He was still 2 realms away from the mystic-seeking realm. Hong Tianbu and Jin Yulu were existences who could crush people of the same realm. If they really fought, he would have no advantage. Therefore, he had to make full use of his treasures, like the heavenly pattern jade, the void beast skin, and this lecherous pig that could neutralize all attacks. Ling Han strode forward. He was truly fearless now. Even if he were to face Hong Tianbu again, he would not be like before, where he could not even fight back and could only run away immediately. Along the mountain path, there were more stone monsters lurking here. All of them were killed by Ling Han with 1 punch. They could not fight back at all. Why did this place like to make life difficult for stones so much? It produced divine stones, and there were also many stone monsters set up defenses, although they were formed by arrays. Ling Han thought to himself, but he did not slow down at all. Soon, he reached the end of the mountain path, and a stone house appeared in front of him. Walking over, he saw that it was the same as before. There was a stone table inside, with 9 holes for the cores. Ling Han had 7 cores left, and he had killed another 20 stone monsters along the way. He had 27 cores in his hand, which was just enough to exchange for 3 foundation divine stones. Although it was not the best to be able to use divine stones to build a foundation, it was definitely far better than breaking through on his own, so it could definitely be sold for a high price. After leaving the stone house, there was not a big lake in front of him, but a vegetable field. After this flower field was a vegetable field. Was he addicted to farming? Ling Han moved forward. There was no array in the vegetable field, so he did not shrink his body. He looked around and saw that the vegetable field was filled with seedlings of plants like loofah, watermelon, and pumpkin. They were just seedlings. If he hadn't read a lot of books to study herbs, not everyone would be able to recognize the seedlings of these plants. After walking past this huge vegetable field, there were even more vegetable fields ahead. However, the plants planted in the field all bore fruit. The watermelons were green and smooth, while the pumpkins were yellow. Some were cylindrical, while others were basin-shaped. There were also loofahs and grapes. In front of the melon field stood a lot of people. Huang Zhiding and Sikong Huan were the only 2 who he could call out by name. However, he had seen the crab men and seal men of the sea race before, and they were all standing there. Apart from Hong Tianbu, Jin Yulu and a few others. Clearly, this melon field was not simple. Therefore, no one dared to cross it. However, Hong Tianbu and the others had disappeared. This meant that they had already entered the melon field. Ling Han. When Ling Han saw these people, they naturally saw him as well. At first, they were stunned, but then they revealed expressions of joy. It doesn't matter if we can't cross this place. A person with a myriad star stone has delivered himself to us. What a fool. You've already obtained the top-grade God stone, yet you're still not leaving? I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. This isn't foolishness, it's greed. Everyone spoke one after another. Some were sighing, while others were ridiculing. Previously, they had repeatedly set up traps, but they had failed time and time again. This was just an engravement realm. Was it so hard to kill him? However, this fool had delivered himself to their doorstep. Die. Sikong Huan was the first to jump out and attack Ling Han. Don't even think about it. The others also rushed over. They must not let Sikong Huan snatch this opportunity first. Otherwise, he would definitely bring Ling Han's corpse down the mountain. Ling Han laughed mischievously, and the heavenly rune jade in his hand immediately shot out. Swoosh! After he advanced to the seventh vein realm, his telekinesis naturally increased by another level. The heavenly rune jade instantly accelerated to 13 times the speed of sound, turning into a shooting star. Even in the secret-seeking realm, it would be difficult to catch its trace. The heavenly rune jade instantly smashed down. Peng, a person was instantly smashed into pieces. Being smashed by an object weighing 10,000 kilograms at 13 times the speed of sound, even a godly skeleton like Ling Han would collapse, let alone the others. Fuck. Everyone involuntarily cursed, and a chill ran down their spines. Fortunately, it wasn't them who was smashed down. Otherwise, who would be able to dodge or block it? But taking advantage of this opportunity, they instead rushed even faster. How many of such great killing weapons could there be? There were even a few people who gave up on Ling Han and chased in the direction of the heavenly rune jade. Ling Han sneered and spat out a golden sword from his mouth, slashing towards one of them. Pooh, that person didn't expect Ling Han to have such a move. Although he dodged, the sword still struck his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out wildly. As the remaining people approached, Ling Han struck out with a baleful chi impact, and then used the demon monkey fist. Peng, peng, peng. Instantly, human figures were sent flying like dancing straw, and those who surrounded him were all sent flying. Fuck. Most people didn't attack at the first instant, and when they saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was too terrifying. Fighting a dozen secret-seeking realm alone was like beating his own son. You fucking engravement realm? I got it. On the other side, someone finally managed to snatch the heavenly rune jade. He was overjoyed. The moment he picked up the heavenly rune jade, he knew that it was a very precious psychokinesis magic tool. Even cauldron casting experts would be willing to pay a huge price to purchase it. Ling Han smiled and activated so near, yet worlds apart, slamming towards that person. Peng, that person's extreme joy turned to sorrow. He didn't expect Ling Han to be able to attack him from such a distance. He wasn't prepared at all and was directly sent flying. All the bones in his body were trembling. That person drew an arc in the sky and landed in the watermelon field. Instantly, he landed on a big watermelon. Then, something terrifying happened. The big watermelon actually exploded, and a golden ball of energy soared up like a mushroom cloud. The energy that exploded out was incomparably terrifying, and that person was directly blasted into ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that half of his bones were shattered, he might still be alive. But now, Ling Han was also astonished. He was holding on to the heavenly rune jade, which he had snatched away when he collided with that person. Never would he have thought that such a terrifying thing was actually hidden in this vegetable field. No wonder so many people only stood there and watched, not daring to cross. It was indeed too dangerous. He sighed over there, but he didn't know how frightened the others were. Motherfucker, what a monster. The aura emitted by this person is clearly only at the engravement realm. But how can an engravement realm be so powerful? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't believe that an engravement realm could be so heaven-defying. Chapter 35-58. Sikong Huan crawled up. Earlier, he was sent flying by Ling Han's demon monkey fist, and the force of the fist smashed onto his chest, causing him extreme pain, as if all his bones were broken. He slowly retreated, definitely not daring to face Ling Han alone. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Engravement realm, even if he had reached 6 veins, he shouldn't be so powerful. Damn it. Ling Han smiled. He naturally wouldn't explain to others that he wasn't 6 veins, but 7 veins. Now, the tables have turned. It's my turn to hunt you guys down, he said indifferently. If it was an engravement realm who said this, everyone would definitely think it was a big joke, simply ignorant. But when it came from Ling Han, it caused everyone's divine soul to be seized, and an endless chill arose in them. This kid really could do it. They really couldn't understand. Ling Han stared at Sikong Huan and said, I seem to have said that the next time we meet, I will kill you, right? Sikong Huan was speechless. Previously, when Ling Han said this, he felt that it was just a formality. But only a few days had passed, and this guy really had the ability to kill him. He slowly retreated, not daring to take on Ling Han's firepower alone. If I want to kill you, how can you possibly escape? Ling Han said indifferently. The heavenly rune jade in his hand had already finished compressing. Xiao, he shot out this special artifact. 13 times the speed of sound. How could he block it? Peng, Sikong Huan clearly knew that this attack of Ling Han's would be earth-shattering, and its might was boundless. But so what? Even if he knew, he still couldn't block it. He could only barely raise his hand to make a gesture of resistance, but he was immediately blasted apart. The heavenly rune jade fell to the ground, but no one dared to pick it up. Ling Han slowly walked over, and no one dared to stop him. Ling Han's ferocity had already been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Who wouldn't fear him? Don't be afraid of him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Huang Zhiding gritted his teeth and said. He was also one of the few people who had fought with Ling Han alone. He knew that Ling Han had left a deep impression on him. He would definitely be targeted by Ling Han. Some powerful people stepped forward. There were a total of 7 of them, and together with Huang Zhiding, they once again launched an attack on Ling Han. Lowly humans are nothing in front of the Oceanids, shouted a member of the Oceanids. His original form was an eel, and he still had an eel head. After starting the path of evolution, he had gained a special ability. He shook his hands and shot a thick bolt of lightning at Ling Han. Ling Han was astonished. Are you an electric eel? Naturally, he was fearless. He activated his psyche power and communicated with high-level energy, forming a stone wall in front of him. Lightning flashed wildly, but the stone did not conduct electricity. It only produced dazzling sparks, but did not break the wall. Of course, if the electricity was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it would be able to penetrate the stone even if it did not conduct electricity. Kill. Huang Zhiding and the other 7 charged over, launching a wild bombardment at Ling Han. Without the heavenly pattern jade, no matter how powerful Ling Han was, he could not kill secret-seeking experts in an instant. Ling Han used the demon monkey fist and clashed head-on with the 8 experts. In just a few moves, he had already grasped the pulse of each person's attack. He once again revealed his invincible style, sending one flying with each punch, either dead or injured. Everyone's spirit was seized. This was an unrivaled expert in the secret-seeking realm. Unless there was a 1-star genius among them, and it had to be at the secret-seeking realm, there was no way they could resist him. But how many such geniuses could there be? If there were, they would have gone to the vegetable field instead of staying here. In front of Ling Han, they were just sheep. No matter how many sheep there were, how could they be a match for a lion? Ling Han showed no mercy. Under the suppression of his combat power, Huang Zhiding and the other 7 were soon lying on the ground. Run! The remaining people were terrified and hurriedly rushed towards the vegetable field. Go back. Not to mention the fact that Ling Han was guarding the way back. Even if they could break through, with Ling Han's terrifying speed, he could break their bones with a single hit. How could they escape? They could only enter the vegetable field and use this dangerous place to get rid of Ling Han. Do you dare to mess around here? You could be killed by the fruit at any time. Ling Han added a few more punches, killing Huang Zhiding and the others one by one. Then, he picked up the heavenly pattern jade and looked at the others. Some had already escaped far away. Most of them were safe, but some had triggered the fruit's explosion. 2 of them turned into smoke, and the last one was luckier. Only his legs were blown off. With the strong vitality of secret-seeking experts, this was not enough to kill him. Ling Han activated his eye sorcery and immediately saw more things. Some fruits were very dark, while others were very bright. But without using his eye sorcery, they were exactly the same. It did not matter whether the bright fruit would explode or the dark one would explode. Ling Han did not move and only looked at the others. However, those people were smart. As long as Ling Han did not chase them, they did not continue to go deeper. After all, who knew which watermelon, which loofah, and which bunch of grapes would suddenly explode? Ling Han took a small stone to test, but no matter if he threw it on the dark or the bright fruit, there was no reaction. Either the bright and the dark guesses were wrong, or the method of probing the way was ineffective on the fruit. That made sense. If it was effective, these people would not have stopped moving forward. That was too easy. Ling Han decided to test it with his body. He had seen the power of an exploding watermelon before. Although it was very powerful and even he did not dare to take it head-on, if he defended with all his strength, he should only be slightly injured. After all, the strength of his bones and the vitality of his internal organs were something even secret-seeking experts could not compare to. He guessed that the bright fruits might cause an explosion, so he moved closer to the dark fruits. He chose to enter the loofah field. The loofah was hanging there, as thick and long as an arm, and it was growing very well. When Ling Han neared a dark-colored loofah, he was clearly still about 3 feet away from it when this loofah suddenly exploded. Hong, a golden ball of energy soared up, and Ling Han was sent flying by the shock. Fortunately, Ling Han controlled the direction and did not fall into the depths of the melon field. Otherwise, it would cause a chain reaction, and it would be very funny. That guy was hit. Kill. Those who had fled into the vegetable field before came out one after another. They entered the vegetable field to save their lives, but some of them were also preparing for the current counterattack. One had to know that they had paid a great price to open up those few safe routes. Ling Han had just arrived, so how could he know? Therefore, if he forced his way in, he would definitely pay the price. It was time for them to counterattack. Swoosh, 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 many people came out. Ling Han flipped over and landed on the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This explosion was really terrifying, but he was already prepared for it. He used all his telekinesis and communicated with the energy of the stone to form a protective shield. Coupled with the protection of the secret power, he only suffered some flesh wounds. Of course, if he had not advanced to the 7-bone realm and 7-vein realm, how could he have broken a few more bones and damaged a few more organs? Chapter 3560. 1 plus 1 should be equal to 2, right? 2. 2. If you're right, it's equal to 2. If you're wrong, it can be any number. Most of the people answered 2, but there were a few who added hypothetical conditions. Ling Han, however, said, "Whatever Senior thinks it should be, so be it." What surprised Ling Han was that Hong Tianbu's answer was more or less the same as his. Although there were some differences in the words, the meaning was the same. The stone man's voice immediately sounded, "Congratulations to the two of you, your answer is correct. You may pass." Ling Han and Hong Tianbu immediately set off and walked up the stairs to the sacrificial altar. When the others saw this, they also wanted to follow, but they were pushed back by the stone man's hand. They were unconvinced because the stone man's last sentence was only heard by Ling Han and Hong Tianbu. The others were only following Hong Tianbu. Ling Han and Hong Tianbu were the correct answers. What was this? They were completely bootlicking. The stone man was tyrannical, and his strength was overwhelming. So what if he didn't let them pass? So what if they were unconvinced or unhappy? Ling Han and Hong Tianbu both walked up the stairs, and when their feet landed, there was a slight sound. "I really didn't expect that you could actually walk here with me," Hong Tianbu said indifferently, but his tone was filled with disdain towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed, "You're still not convinced?" Hong Tianbu did not flare up, and only said, "Earlier, heaven and earth seemed to be angered. If I'm not wrong, it was caused by you, right?" Regarding this, he was incomparably curious and concerned. What did Ling Han do to actually cause heaven and earth to be angry? Ling Han naturally would not admit it, and said indifferently, "I'm not some heinous person, how could I cause heaven and earth to be angry?" Hong Tianbu chuckled, he naturally would not believe Ling Han's words. If there was anyone here who could cause heaven and earth to be angry, it could only be Ling Han. He only became a 3-star genius because he merged with the eye of an ancient ferocious creature, but Ling Han was a true 4-star genius. It was not unacceptable for such a person to do something that would provoke the wrath of the heavens. "Ling Han, we can actually cooperate," Hong Tianbu suddenly said. What a great turn of events. Ling Han smiled, "Sure, tell me about it." He wanted to hear how Hong Tianbu would dupe him. "You and I are both people with great luck. We have many treasures and secret techniques that ordinary people don't even dare to imagine. If we were to share them, it would be a win-win situation," Hong Tianbu said with an extremely sincere expression. Ling Han chuckled in his heart. He would be an idiot if he believed it. "Brother Hong, how many treasures do you have in your hands? What secret techniques have you mastered?" "Let me have a look," he said with a smile. Hong Tianbu's eyes widened. "Are you trying to trick me?" In the first place, he was here to deceive Ling Han, so how could he really share with Ling Han? Naturally, he would not reveal his true identity. He just chuckled. Both of them were smiling, but both of them knew that in their hearts, they couldn't wait to kill each other. Just like that, they walked until they reached the platform. This was a circular platform with 12 stone statues placed on it. They were all around 6 meters tall. Where's the promised reward? You can choose one of these 12 stone statues. No matter which one you choose, you will be able to obtain a reward. A voice rang out. A small person that was only an inch tall jumped onto Ling Han's shoulder and spoke to the two of them. Ling Han turned his head and saw that it was a stone person that was several sizes smaller. "Why are you staring at me? Have you never seen a handsome man before?" the stone person said unhappily. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. "I've really never seen such a handsome man. You have good eyesight." The stone person immediately laughed. This flattery made him feel very good. Hong Tianbu snorted, expressing his disdain. The stone person immediately became unhappy and said, "Brat, what do you mean? Am I not handsome?" Hong Tianbu's expression immediately became awkward. He had just expressed his disdain. If he changed his words now, how would he be able to keep his face? But this stone person clearly liked being flattered. If he didn't curry favor with it and instead did the opposite, wouldn't he be targeted? For example, he could have obtained a top-tier foundation establishment divine stone, but in the end, he was given an ordinary one. In the end, reality prevailed. He clenched his teeth and said, "Handsome." Pfft. Ling Han laughed. Hong Tianbu could only clench his fists and blush. If he refuted Ling Han at this time, that would be equivalent to wasting all his previous efforts. "Choose, said the stone person. "Handsome, do you have any hints?" Ling Han laughed. The stone person was very pleased, but it still coughed and said, "I can't cheat for personal gain. So, brat, you can only rely on yourself." Ling Han laughed. Although he hadn't succeeded in cheating, he had already succeeded in gaining the stone person's favorable impression. Although he didn't know if it would be of any use, it wasn't a bad thing. He began to observe. Although the stone person had said that he would receive a reward no matter which stone statue he chose, if there was no difference, then there was no need to choose. Hong Tianbu was also carefully observing. His intelligence was also extremely high, so how could he easily make a choice? But in truth, although these 12 stone statues all had their differences, he really couldn't see what was special about any of them. It was as if it didn't matter which one he chose. Ling Han activated his eye technique, but still could not see any difference. Hong Tianbu also materialized the eye of an ancient era's ferocious creature, which appeared above his head. However, he had only taken a single look when he heard him scream in pain. A wound had actually appeared on that illusory eye, and tears of blood were gushing out. This was truly shocking. To be able to be called an archaic vicious being, it had to be incomparably powerful. But just from looking at it, it had been injured. Hiss, these stone statues were too terrifying. Hong Tianbu also staggered backwards, his hands covering his eyes. When he lowered his hands, he saw that his face was also dripping with blood. "What an idiot," the stone person said gloatingly. Hong Tianbu used a fur coin to wipe his face clean. Although he had suffered a great loss, he paid more attention to it. He knew that the choice now was definitely very important. Ling Han was the same. After he couldn't see anything with his eye technique, he simply closed his eyes and used his divine sense to feel. He still couldn't find anything strange about these 11 stone statues. Huh. Wait a minute, there seemed to be something wrong. Ling Han racked his brains, but he couldn't figure it out. He clearly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. It was as if there was a mysterious power obstructing him. With a thought, he activated the life force of all the planes in his body. This could produce the effect of shielding the heaven and earth for a short period of time. Even the heaven and earth could be shielded, not to mention other things. Understood. Ling Han suddenly came to a realization. Shouldn't there be 12 stone statues here? Why did he only sense 11? This was an extremely simple matter, and he should have realized it immediately. But he actually needed to use the life force of the inner world to form a complete inner world before he realized it. This was the strange part. Chapter 35-61. The problem was, there was a stone statue that could evade the detection of divine sense, and could even deceive the brain, so no matter what, one would not realize that one was missing. Ling Han believed that other than him, at least no one below the celestial path could realize this. He relied on the boundless power of the plane's living beings in his body to temporarily form an inner world, and only then did he realize that something was wrong, but other people had no such possibility. But the problem was, which stone statue was it? When Ling Han opened his eyes to take a look, there was nothing special about any of the stone statues. When he circulated his divine sense to search for them, he still couldn't match them up. It was as if there was an invisible force that was obstructing him. He looked towards Hong Tianbu, only to see that the other's face was full of confusion and his brows were tightly furrowed. Evidently, he did not notice anything wrong. In Hong Tianbu's opinion, since the stone statues were exactly the same, then it was a matter of luck, which naturally made him feel somewhat conflicted. After a while, Hong Tianbu made his choice. Because he believed that his luck would definitely bring him a great opportunity. I choose this one. Hong Tianbu pointed at a stone statue. The small stone person nodded, and with a flick of his hand, he threw a stone at Hong Tianbu. This is your reward, you can go down. Extreme Dao Dark Stone. Hong Tianbu could not help but exclaim when he saw it, his eyes burning with passion. This was the most top-notch establishing foundation divine stone, not the slightest bit weaker than the 10,000 star stone, except that the 10,000 star stone was more inclined towards attack, while the extreme Dao Dark Stone could increase the degree of harmonization with the Dao of heaven and earth, speeding up cultivation and increasing comprehension. In Hong Tianbu's opinion, he already had the eye of an immemorial vicious being, and his battle prowess was already incomparably strong, so the extreme Dao Dark Stone was definitely more useful. He laughed loudly. His luck was indeed nature-defying. To be rewarded with a top-notch divine stone, was that still not enough to explain the problem? Hong Tianbu swept a glance at Ling Han in a threatening manner, then returned the way he came. Idiot. Ling Han shook his head. He could be 100% sure that Hong Tianbu did not choose that special stone statue. What was he blindly showing off for? However, if he could obtain the most top-notch foundation-building divine stone just by randomly choosing a stone statue, then what kind of astonishing reward could he obtain if he chose a special stone statue? Ling Han's heart couldn't help but palpitate. Even if it was covered in a million rune inscription patterns, he still felt as if his heart was going to jump out. Kid, let me remind you first. You have 1 day to slowly choose. However, after 1 day, if you still do not make a decision, I will have no choice but to toss you out, the little stone man said. Ling Han nodded his head. This fellow didn't tell Hong Tianbu, but revealed it to him. This was the benefit of trying to get on good terms with him. He calmed himself down and made himself completely calm down. Once again, he activated the life force in his body to locate that special stone statue. Where? This stone statue seemed to be able to escape. Ling Han clearly saw 11 normal stone statues. All he had to do was find the last one and point it out. But the last stone statue kept moving, making it impossible for him to locate it. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw that the 12 stone statues were still standing, without any abnormalities. This was an extremely strange feeling. Ling Han took out a brush, walked forward, and drew on one of the stone statues. Kid, you choose this one, the little stone man said. He actually revealed a disappointed expression. Ling Han shook his head. No, I will mark out the stone statue that I don't choose. Since he couldn't choose that special stone statue, he would use the method of elimination. In his inner world, because he had been constantly contributing willpower, all the living creatures were gradually feeling exhausted. Ling Han hurriedly increased his speed. He now realized that the living creatures in his body were incomparably important to him. He definitely couldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. His speed was extremely fast, and he had already drawn 11 strokes. Ling Han smiled and said, I will choose the remaining one. Oh. The little stone man said with a smile. Which one is it? When Ling Han saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the strokes he had drawn earlier had all disappeared. In other words, he had worked for nothing. Fuck, you can't play with people like this. Since that's the case, I can't choose. Ling Han shook his head. He already had a myriad star stone, so he actually didn't have many extravagant hopes of obtaining a foundation divine stone. Thus, he was very confident and had a transcendent mentality. He turned around and went back the way he had come. Wait. When he had already walked down the stairs, the little stone man suddenly said, Come, kid, let's have a chat. Ling Han obeyed and turned around. Oh, about what? Kid, did you really notice something strange? The little stone man asked. Ling Han nodded. I used my divine sense to sense, but only discovered 11 stone statues. Thus, the last one must be special. The little stone man was silent for a moment. I didn't expect you to really see through it. Then I passed. Ling Han said with a smile. The little stone man nodded. You are one of the very few people who passed this trial after it opened. Ling Han was stunned. There were actually other people who could see through this mystery? Impossible. There was actually more than one special existence like him? Kid, don't look like that. The little stone man shook his head. I'm the one who should be shocked, all right? You have an ordinary constitution and talent, but your foundation is so solid. It's already incredible. And now, I can even sense Lord Boulder's statue. That's even more shocking. Ling Han opened his mouth. He was actually being looked down upon. Was it his fault that he had an ordinary constitution and talent? How strange. With your innate conditions, how could you cultivate to such heights? The little stone man was still puzzled. In his opinion, this matter was too inconceivable. It made him curious. Haha. Ling Han just laughed. I'm really sorry. You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. After being puzzled for a while, the little stone man finally snapped out of his daze and said, Kid, you've only been living on this tiny planet, so your horizons are naturally limited. Unlike me, I've been constantly shuttling through the universe on Ethereal Peak and seen many geniuses. Some geniuses are truly incomparably brilliant. They are so monstrous that you can't even imagine them. Among them, there were even a few emperors who illuminated an era and ruled for countless years. Damn, you're exaggerating, aren't you? You're bragging. Ling Han didn't say it out loud. Kid, don't doubt me. The little stone man snorted. Do you know who Lord Boulder is? I don't. Ling Han shook his head honestly. Of course you don't know, the little stone man said proudly. This guy really deserves a beating. Since you know I don't know, why are you still asking? Lord Boulder is an ancestral king. End of chapter. Chapter 3562. The stone man said proudly. This was a kind of pride that came from his bones and soul. Ling Han was startled. Ancestral king. Monkey Bro had also said that there was an ancestral king among his ancestors who was invincible in the universe and ruled over an era. The Boulder ancestral king was also such an existence. Lord Boulder was originally a stubborn rock between heaven and earth. After countless years, he developed a trace of intelligence and slowly absorbed the power of heaven and earth, walking on the great Tao. In the end, he overturned all enemies in the world and became the strongest. The small stone man continued, extremely proud. No wonder there were rocks everywhere. Since the Boulder ancestral king was a rock, then it made sense. Even a stubborn rock could become the strongest. How inspirational was that? Ling Han smiled. Therefore, although my aptitude is ordinary and my talent is mediocre, it's not impossible for me to become an ancestral king in the future. The stone man wanted to retort. What did he think an ancestral king was? Countless geniuses had fallen at the final stage. What gave him the confidence to do so? But he had used the Boulder ancestral king as an example. If even a stubborn rock could achieve Tao, then why couldn't Ling Han? One had to know that this guy's foundation was so strong that it surpassed all geniuses. But seeing how confident Ling Han was, he couldn't help but say, Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you know what an ancestral king represents? He's the emperor of heaven and earth. He can be called the great emperor or the saint emperor. He's the synonym of invincibility. Ling Han nodded with an indifferent expression. He had climbed from an ordinary person to the strongest position in the origin world. To him, this was a familiar path and he was just walking it again. The stone man was going crazy. Where did this young man get his confidence from? He couldn't be shaken at all. Forget it, I won't lower myself to his level. I'm just saying this to let you know how powerful Lord Boulder is, he said. Ling Han nodded and swept his gaze across the 12 stone statues. Is Lord Boulder's true body among them? Ha 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 ha. The stone man laughed loudly. You're too naive. If Lord Boulder's true body was here, you would still be standing there. You would have been shattered by his powerful aura. Not to mention you, even if a saint came, he would have to crawl on the ground. Although Ling Han's mind was slightly shaken, he was still calm and natural. He firmly believed that he could climb to the peak of martial art. What about Lord Rock? He asked. Sigh, even the invincible ancestral king isn't immortal. Naturally, Lord Boulder has already passed away. The little stone man said, however, Lord set up this ethereal peak towards the end of his life. It allows one to travel endlessly through the universe and provide assistance to some people, making it easier for them to step onto the path of immortality. But for the true geniuses, my lord has other arrangements. Ling Han was a little excited. Since the stone man had said so much, he would definitely receive special treatment. Hee, do you know what these so-called Tao building divine stones are? The stone man was immensely proud of himself, as if he was showing off. I don't know. Ling Han shook his head, but deliberately revealed a look of anticipation, which greatly satisfied the stone man's vanity. As expected, the little stone man became even more proud. Lord left behind a drop of true blood, which turned into an ocean. These so-called stones are just ordinary stones thrown into the ocean of true blood. It's only because of the influence of Lord's true blood that they possess endless magical powers. Only then did Ling Han reveal a look of shock. The foundation-building divine stone that was regarded as a supreme treasure by everyone was actually transformed from a stubborn stone. Just how powerful was an ancestral king? A drop of true blood turned into an ocean and nourished countless stubborn stones. All of them turned into divine stones and were given to others generation after generation, never to be exhausted. Now you know how powerful Lord Boulder is. The little stone man said proudly. To be able to become an ancestral king, one must be the strongest of an era. But looking through history, Lord Boulder's battle prowess can also be ranked in the top 10, no, top 3. The more ordinary an existence is, the more difficult it is to obtain the Tao. But if one really climbs to the peak, they will be absolutely powerful, invincible among invincible. Ling Han couldn't help but yearn. An ordinary stone, exposed to the sun and rain, stepped on by people, and crawled over by wild beasts, silently endured for countless years. But in the end, it developed intelligence, absorbed the power of heaven and earth, and slowly cultivated, beginning the path of cultivation. How difficult was this? But it was precisely this kind of existence that ultimately became the number one in the world, invincible for an era. Ling Han couldn't help but imagine in his mind just how peerless and magnificent this Lord Boulder had been all those years ago. Is this what Lord Boulder looked like back then? He asked. The little stone man nodded, and said with nostalgia, it's just that no matter how excellent the carving skill is, it's impossible to carve a trace of Lord's charm. The stone statue that your divine sense can't see was once touched by Lord. Just because of that, it's spiritual through the ages. This was indeed boundlessly powerful. Using divine stones as a foundation, and even the foundation of the immortal Tao came from Lord. In that case, no matter how extraordinary you are, it's impossible for you to jump out of Lord's shackles. Your highest achievement will be limited to a saint, and it's impossible for you to take another step forward. The little stone man changed the topic, and finally returned to the right path. So, if it's for ordinary people, I'll be responsible for giving them a divine stone. It'll be of great help to them, but for true geniuses, I'll bring them to the sea of true blood, and let them experience Lord's concept. Only by walking one's own path can one become the strongest. Ling Han nodded. In truth, he was also extremely averse to merging foreign objects into his own body. Previously in the origin world, he had also relied on himself to walk to the position of celestial venerable, and it was because he had walked a completely different path that he had become the strongest celestial venerable. Come. The little stone man grabbed Ling Han and Xiao, the two of them disappeared from the top of the mountain. Ling Han's vision blurred, and he saw that he was above a vast ocean. This ocean was crimson like blood, and it was surging with rays of multicolored light. It was incomparably magnificent. It was just a drop of blood, but it had turned into an ocean, and it actually had such a scene. Just how powerful was the ancestral king? Lord has refined the tyranny in the true blood. Otherwise, a single drop of blood would be enough to shock a saint to death, the little stone man said proudly. Then, he loosened his grip, and Ling Han fell down. You have 3 days to comprehend. When the time is up, I'll come and take you out. Put on, Ling Han fell into the ocean. This water had no buoyancy at all, and he immediately sank. Above his head, the light quickly disappeared, but Ling Han did not feel suffocated at all. It was as if every pore on his body could breathe. He sank, and this ocean seemed to have no bottom. If there was no bottom, then there was no bottom. Ling Han calmed his heart and mind, and comprehended the Tao of the monolith ancestral king. In a trance, he saw a stubborn rock that had been weathered by wind and rain. There were large eagles flying past, and they would perch on it to peck at the fish that they had hunted. There were also wild beasts crawling on it, leaving behind the aura of life. Chapter 35-64. Ling Han used so near, yet worlds apart, and instantly moved more than 100 miles away. Then, he took a few steps, covering 100 miles with each step. It was indescribably fast. But this was too much for him. Just a few steps caused his bones to crackle and blood to seep out of his skin. He was floating in the sea and really couldn't move. Ling Han simply entered the gourd. It was floating on the sea anyway, so he didn't have to worry about it sinking to the bottom of the sea after he entered the gourd. The strong pressure even squeezed the gourd until it exploded. Father! The milk babies all called out. Ling Han nodded. As he healed, he asked, "Have you heard of the monolith ancestor?" The 7 milk babies all shook their heads, but the fat pig's eyes lit up and looked at Ling Han. What, a stupid pig like you actually knows? Ling Han was surprised. The fat pig snorted, looking as if he was very ignorant and ill-informed. Perverted pig, how many secrets are you hiding? Ling Han asked. The perverted pig ignored him and was very arrogant. Ling Han also didn't ask. The perverted pig couldn't speak, so there was nothing he could do even if he was willing to say. Forget it, since the monolith ancestor was so powerful, it shouldn't be difficult to find out about his achievements after entering the universe. The images he saw previously were all of the monolith ancestor fighting with different enemies, but it didn't say who the opponents were. How many supreme geniuses did this ancestor king defeat to reach the peak? After resting for a while, Ling Han came out of the gourd and jumped out of the sea with a clap of his hands. Then, he moved his legs and started running on the sea surface. 1 times the speed of sound was enough to ensure that he could walk on the waves as if he was walking on flat ground, let alone 6 times the speed of sound. He rushed over, and the seawater behind him seemed to be boiling. Ling Han rode on the wind and waves, and even had an illusion that he could step on the wind and waves and fly all the way to the sky. If the wind was a little stronger, he might really be able to do it. In just a few hours, the coastline appeared in front of him. With another leap, he landed on the shore. It was time to go back. Ling Han began to return to the imperial capital. He flew all the way, and now that he had the speed of 6 times the speed of sound, his speed was truly astonishing. As night fell, he decided to rest for a while. He would cultivate the next morning before continuing his journey. He let the milk babies out of their gourds and took out food to cook. Everyone began to eat, talking and laughing. It was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. After that, Ling Han folded his hands behind his head and lay on the grass, gazing at the stars. Observing the battles of the monolith ancestor king had greatly benefited him. That was a top-notch existence in the world. He had fought against all sorts of opponents, from the weakest to the strongest. Every single battle was extremely precious. In addition, soaking in the sea of true blood for 3 days was extremely beneficial to Ling Han's body. He even felt like he had been reborn. "Dad," second baby said, "why are there no shackles in the bodies of the higher races?" "You're asking me?" Ling Han shook his head. "I don't know. That's because breaking the shackles with one's own strength consumes the source of one's life. This is an increase in the level of one's life," third baby said. "Even if you can eat the treasure fruit of life to replenish it, the consumption is still consumption, and there will be repercussions. However, this defect won't appear immediately. Instead, it will slowly be exposed as one's realm increases," sixth baby said. "We originally wanted to wait until Dad's realm is higher before we talk about this. At that time, Dad would also be qualified to obtain some sacred medicine and truly restore the source of his life," seventh baby said. "Now, Dad's deficiency in the source of his life has been replenished, and there are no more hidden dangers," eldest baby concluded. Only now did Ling Han know that breaking the shackles of life had such repercussions. Why did so many people not reach the highest realm? Why did some people, who were clearly geniuses, stop moving after reaching the next realm? It was because too much of the source of his life had been consumed, and even the treasure fruit of life could not replenish it, so it was impossible for him to reach a higher realm. Fortunately, he had soaked in a drop of the ancestral king's true blood for 3 days. Although this drop of true blood had already turned into a vast ocean and was definitely extremely thin, if he was really given a drop of true blood, it would be useless even if the baleful aura within it was wiped away. It would be enough to fill him up to death. What kind of existence was the ancestral king? He was a great emperor of the celestial Tao, a saint emperor of the martial artists, and a drop of his blood could even kill a saint. How could he, who was only in the engravement realm, withstand it? No wonder he felt extremely relaxed now, as if he had been reborn and had been reborn. It turned out that his source of life had been truly replenished. If I try to break through to the enlightening realm and the mystery-seeking realm, won't I also consume my source of life? He frowned. "Don't worry, Dad." Second baby waved his hand. "Right now, Dad's life force is incomparably vigorous. It can completely support Dad to break through 2 big realms." Ling Han gave an "oh." No wonder the stone man had thrown him into the blood sea for 3 days. It must have already calculated all of this. "Dad, you're really lucky. Don't think that this is just a hidden danger caused by the celestial path. Right now, you're at the stage of building your foundation. The higher your realm, the more difficult it is to repair it," third baby said. "If you really want to resolve this hidden danger after you've entered the celestial path, I'm afraid you'll need sacred medicine." Eldest baby nodded. Fortunately, he was really lucky. Ling Han nodded. Ling Han relaxed and looked at the starry sky. A meteor. In the sky, a meteor flew over from afar and landed in his direction at an incredible speed. Because of the intense friction, the meteor was burning fiercely. It could be seen that it was about 3 meters in diameter. Fuck, why was it smashing in his direction? Ling Han grabbed all the milk babies and did not care about the fat pig. In any case, it was almost invincible. Peng, the meteor crashed down at a speed that was at least 20 times faster than the speed of sound, blasting a huge crater in the ground. The ground also began to tremble like a carpet, and as the shock wave spread out, trees, flowers, and stones were all sent flying. Then, the entire ground turned into a sea of fire. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Did his luck suddenly turn bad? If he had dodged a little later and was directly hit by the meteor, he would have lost a layer of skin, even if he did not die. Thinking about it, the heavenly pattern jade could almost instantly kill people in the secret-seeking realm at 10 times the speed of sound. How terrifying would it be if this meteor smashed down at 20 times the speed of sound? He ran back. The burning flames couldn't do any harm to him. It was very likely that the meteor contained precious metals, so Ling Han needed to go back and look for them. At the same time, he wanted to see what the meteor that had almost hit him looked like. It was very easy to find. It had smashed into a huge crater. As long as he went to the center of the crater, he could see the meteor lying at the bottom of the crater. Bang! The meteor suddenly shattered, and a person walked out. End of chapter. Chapter 3565. A meteorite fell from the sky, and when the meteorite broke apart, a person actually walked out. No, there was more than one. The first to walk out was a young man who looked to be in his 20s at most. Behind him, 4 elders walked out one after another. All of them were emitting powerful auras. They were definitely not from the mystery realm. Experts of the immortal path. Ling Han immediately took out the void beast skin and draped it over his body. He believed that even an expert of the immortal path might not be able to detect him from such a distance. Of course, if he was at the life dance stage or the true self stage, he would be able to spot him even if he was so far away. Young master, we have arrived at Heavenly Star. The 4 old men bowed to the young man. Ling Han was astonished. Although this young man had a strong aura, he was definitely not an immortal cultivator. However, 4 immortal cultivators were bowing respectfully to him. This completely violated the logic of the martial art world, where the strong were respected. Therefore, this young man's background was definitely deep, and he came from a great clan or a great power. These 4 elders were his Tao protectors. Ling Han had a guess. These 5 people came from other celestial bodies, which was why they fell from the sky. Moreover, they came out of meteorites. Ling Han didn't know why he chose to use a meteorite instead of a spaceship, a stargate, or a teleportation formation. In short, it didn't look like he had escaped from a cage. Was there really a troublesome halo above his head? Why did this meteorite have to fall on his head? The young man nodded. Go and scout the surroundings first. 10 days later, we'll meet here in the imperial capital. Young master. The 4 elders hurriedly tried to dissuade him. You are delicate and precious, and there are only barbarians here. What if you get hurt? Humph, you've all said that this is a primitive land. Who can harm this young master? The young man was clearly very displeased. Although many experts were imprisoned here in the past, I'm afraid that most of them have already died of old age after so many years. This star is currently recovering. There were great sects in the past, so there will definitely be many natural opportunities and opportunities left behind. This young master purposely came to this primitive land to seize these opportunities. After a little more time, there will be even more competitors coming. So, we must hurry up. What are you waiting for? After being shouted at by the young man, the 4 old men hurriedly bowed again and left. Come to think of it, who would be able to harm their young master in this wilderness? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 4 figures tore through the sky and instantly disappeared without a trace. The young man's arrogant expression immediately changed. With these 4 old ghosts following me, how am I supposed to play? At home, I'm being controlled by the old man and the others, and here, I'm being controlled by these 4 old ghosts. According to the Heaven's Eye, a weak dynasty has been established here. I'll go take a look and see what beauties there are in the imperial capital. When it came to beautiful women, he revealed a mesmerized expression. In his 20 years of life, he had been cultivating and cultivating. Now that he was free to fly, his heart was free. However, we still have to get down to business. The old man speculated that the reason why the ethereal summit appeared on this planet was because I had been suppressing my cultivation level and not breaking through to the immortal path was because I wanted to obtain a top-grade foundation establishment divine stone. The star vine here has awakened, so I'll go and check it out. Ling Han heard them clearly from afar. Fuck, this guy had come from another planet, and still wanted to come here to steal treasures and pick up girls. He stealthily concealed himself from the young man, and arrived behind him. The young man was quite extraordinary. He immediately turned around, sensing something was wrong. Smack. However, a brick had already smashed into his head, instantly knocking him to the ground and knocking him unconscious. Ling Han lifted the void beast's skin and couldn't help but smile. The young man's face was still filled with surprise, anger, and panic. He had just arrived on heavenly starry sky and was full of passion and fun. But before he could take the first step, he was knocked unconscious with a stick. Naturally, he was very angry. Ling Han searched the young man and found a spatial magic tool. He used his divine sense to take a look and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Good Lord, he was really rich. He saw 2 sets of armor in the spatial magic tool. Each set of armor was covered with mysterious patterns, and they were as awe-inspiring as gods of war. He tried to put them on, but he couldn't even disassemble them. Dad, this armor has been recognized by someone else. You have to erase this imprint first, second baby said. How do I erase it? Ling Han asked. Either your mind power is stronger than the original owner's and you erase it by force, or you kill the original owner and the spiritual imprint will naturally lose its effect, third baby said. Eldest baby immediately became murderous. Dad, I'll kill this guy. This little violent maniac. Ling Han quickly waved his hand. Although he had robbed the young man, he didn't do anything evil. If he killed the young man, it would be against his principles. He tried to erase the divine sense imprint on the armor and suddenly smiled. This imprint was not very strong. If it was in a battle, he would definitely not be able to break the divine sense imprint so easily. But now it was easy. After all, the young man wouldn't fight back. In just a moment, he erased the divine sense imprint on the armor, and there were 2 of them. With a thought, one of the armors immediately disassembled and flew toward him. Then, it was put on his body. Handsome. Ling Han moved his legs, and instantly, a terrifying power surged out. What a strong sense of power. This has at least doubled my strength. Ling Han murmured. He was pleasantly surprised. This alone was enough to call this armor a treasure. The armor itself was also extremely strong. The power of the secret-seeking realm couldn't break it. I've earned it. Ling Han tried the other set of armor, and the effect was about the same. How extravagant. One person actually brought 2 sets of armor. If the young experts in the cage saw this, how jealous would they be? Coming from another cultivation celestial body, he was indeed rich. Brother, thank you. Ling Han put away the armor, patted the young man's body lightly, and strode off. He didn't kill the young man. First, it was contrary to his principles. Second, since the young man could ride a meteorite to cross the universe, he must have a powerful backer. He should have a life-saving treasure on him. If he killed the young man, it was very likely to cause a backlash, which would not be good. However, the first batch of people from the alien planet had already arrived. Would the second and third batches be far behind? Trouble really came after trouble. The experts in the cage hadn't all come out yet, but the people from the alien planet were rushing to join in. The world was really going to be messed up. End of chapter. Chapter 3566. Ling Han hastened his footsteps and returned to the imperial capital. In just a few days, he had returned to the imperial capital that he had not seen for many days. The tall trees were like giant umbrellas that were not shorter than those 100-story buildings. The current imperial capital was verdant and lush. From afar, it looked like a prehistoric civilization that was hidden in the greenery. When Ling Han returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, someone immediately sent a summary of the major events that happened these days. 19 days ago, the cage was finally completely broken, and a spirit transformation true lord was born. 15 days ago, for spirit transformation true lords arrived at the imperial capital. Saint Emperor Chen Fengyan came out and fought with the 4 spirit transformation true lords in the sky. The outcome was unknown, but after the battle, the 4 spirit transformation true lords withdrew from the imperial capital. 12 days ago, the 4 spirit transformation true lords announced the establishment of their own sects and accepted disciples from all over the world. Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, it was said that the experts in the cage had not all come out, and the extraterrestrial cultivators had arrived. There would be endless trouble. He didn't expect to receive the news of the spirit transformation true lord coming out right after returning to the imperial capital. In the cage, the strongest person suppressed was the spirit transformation true lord, and he had a powerful backer. It wasn't convenient to kill him, so he could only lock him up. In regards to this, Ling Han was actually very puzzled. Since the Azure Dragon Empire was suppressing these people here, why didn't they reinforce the array every few years, decades, or centuries? Otherwise, even if those people tried their best to break the array, it would be in vain. It seemed like he had to ask the upper echelons of the Azure Dragon Empire. Forget it, he didn't want to think about this. Right now, the orders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were no longer effective on those forces outside. Although the 4 spirit transformation true lords didn't eliminate Chen Fengyan, they showed that they weren't afraid of Chen Fengyan at all. This was still very frightening. Chen Fengyan was actually a spirit transformation true lord? However, this also gave many people the courage to not attach themselves to this empire. Moreover, Chen Fengyan was extremely strict. The sects that pledged allegiance would be greatly restricted. For example, when it came to the treatment of commoners, it was strictly forbidden to kill the innocent. However, if they pledged allegiance to the 4 spirit transformation true lords, as long as they paid tributes on time, there would be no other restrictions. To these cultivators, ordinary people were just ants, and they had to be careful around ants. What kind of immortal is that? Therefore, those who had yet to pledge allegiance would definitely not choose to pledge allegiance to Xianbei country. This was equivalent to putting a ring around their necks. The work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs fell into a serious standstill, and no other sects were willing to surrender. They could only manage the forces that had surrendered before. Ling Han, why are you still in the engravement realm? Princess Biyao gracefully walked over. After not seeing him for so many days, she had completely stabilized her realm. Her aura was deeply hidden, but if even a bit of it leaked out, it would be incomparably terrifying. She was an expert of the immortal path, so she could naturally tell Ling Han's cultivation level at a glance. Ling Han quickly covered his body and exclaimed, "Shameless. You actually peeped at me." Princess Biyao could not help but be speechless. "I only saw through your cultivation and did not see through your body. Is there a need to be like this? Moreover, what is there to be shy about as a stinky man?" This bastard could easily make her lose her composure. She sighed and said, "With the current situation, do you have any plans?" Ling Han smiled. Of course, he was just playing around with this demon princess. He said, "Since Her Majesty has not rescinded the order, then we will make a few more trips and order those sects to quickly pledge allegiance." Princess Biyao could not help but roll her eyes. "I have only just stepped onto the immortal path. Even if I have a top-grade foundation establishment divine stone as my core and my battle strength surpasses ordinary human Dao foundations, I am definitely not a match for a second-stage heavenly Dao foundation." "I told you to make a trip, not to send you to your death," said Ling Han. "Oh." Princess Biyao rolled her eyes, clearly not believing him. Ling Han took out the 1-star warhammer and placed it on the table. "Here, I'll lend this hammer to you for now." Princess Biyao's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a 1-star magic tool. She had stepped onto the immortal path and could unleash the full power of a 1-star magic tool. This was like adding wings to a tiger for her battle strength. If this warhammer was high grade or even supreme grade, then she could even match experts who had established the heavenly Dao foundation. And this. Ling Han drew out another set of armor. This was one that he had seized from the extraterrestrial visitors, and there were 2 of them in total. In any case, he could not wear both of them, so he might as well lend them to this demonic beast princess for the time being. Hiss, armor. Princess Biyao was moved. Armor was obviously an immortal artifact, but this kind of complete set was very rare. This was because it required more materials, and the difficulty of laying down the formation patterns was also higher. Every set had to resonate with each other, unlike dermic armaments, which only had one, which was much simpler. In this world, obtaining dermic armaments was extremely difficult, and a complete set of armor was naturally even more difficult. It was 10 times rarer. Normally, it was already very good to obtain a pair of arm guards and a helmet. A complete set of armor? Heh. Did you visit the tomb of an ancient powerhouse, or did you rob another planet? Princess Biyao joked. Ling Han laughed. This demon princess had guessed correctly. He had indeed robbed an extraterrestrial visitor, but he had not gone to another planet. Instead, someone had come to him on their own accord. Are you confident now? He asked. Princess Biyao thought for a moment and said, I have to get used to these 2 immortal artifacts first and see how much they can increase my battle strength. She reclaimed the warhammer and armor. Ling Han had already retracted his divine sense imprint. Then, she leaped into the distant forest and began to wreak havoc. After a while, a silver-armored female warrior flew back, looking awe-inspiring. She had already activated all the patterns on the armor, and it moved like raging flames. Anyone who saw it would feel reverence. A very powerful armor. Princess Biyao said. It can increase my strength by about 10 times. The key is its defense. Even experts who have established the foundation of the heavenly Tao can't hurt me. Ling Han could only be envious. Who asked him to only be in the engraved pattern tier, and was completely unable to unleash the full power of this battle armor. He could only double his power, and if the attack he received was too strong, the battle armor would not be broken, but he would receive a concussive injury, and could still be injured or even die. Sigh, the gap between immortals and mortals was as wide as the sky. We will set off tomorrow. Princess Biyao said confidently. This armor has an acceleration array. I will be able to escape even if I encounter a cauldron forging realm expert. Ling Han nodded. This meant that only life core realm experts could threaten Princess Biyao, which greatly increased his safety. That good man whose name was still unknown, thank you for sending me a treasure from billions of miles away. The 2 decided to have a good rest and set off tomorrow. This time, they had to subdue a few more sections. Deep into the night, Ling Han suddenly received a report that the 7th prince had requested an audience. End of chapter. Chapter 3568. If you see a repeat of this chapter, please delete the book from the bookshelf, including the cache, then re-add the bookshelf and reread the previous chapter. It was a short sword, no more than 3 inches long. It was silvery white and had glowing stripes on it. This was a telekinesis magic tool. It was shockingly fast when pushed to 6 times the speed of sound. However, the 7th prince didn't throw the sword first. If he only used telekinesis to drive it, although it did have an unexpected effect, the speed wasn't as fast as it could be. Otherwise, it could definitely reach 10 times the speed of sound. Ling Han smiled. Although he had already used both his hands and couldn't save the 7th prince, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. Ding! The golden sword collided with the short sword, causing it to tilt and lose its aim. It flew past Ling Han's ear. What? The 7th prince was shocked. How could you spit out a sword from your mouth? Are you a juggler? The short sword was embedded in the pillar behind Ling Han, and it was still trembling slightly. It was clearly not a treasure like the heavenly pattern jade. Otherwise, it would have weighed 10,000 catties. It only needed to weigh a few caddies and smash it at 6 times the speed of sound. It was guaranteed that the stone pillar would shatter instantly. Of course, he knew after colliding with the golden sword. The sword was only about 2 taels heavy. It was strangely light. Otherwise, it wouldn't be suitable for telekinesis. The sword was very sharp and sturdy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have pierced into the stone pillar and broken. Therefore, although it wasn't as precious as the heavenly pattern jade, it was still an extraordinary telekinesis magic tool. Your Highness, are you trying to assassinate the governor in the External Affairs Department? Ling Han asked indifferently. This was a serious crime. The External Affairs Department was established by Chen Fengyan. If the 7th Prince tried to assassinate the governor in the External Affairs Department, not only would he not be able to get his hands on the throne, he might even be stripped of his position as a prince and demoted to a commoner. Nonsense. The 7th Prince said coldly. It was clearly you who wanted to imprison me. I was only defending myself. Your Highness, you should obediently surrender. Ling Han attacked again. This time, he finally used some of his true power and revealed his full strength. It was not something that the 7th Prince could contend against. The 7th Prince's strength lay in his telekinesis. Right now, he could only use his telekinesis as a weapon to counterattack against Ling Han. Unfortunately, his strongest point was unable to gain the slightest bit of advantage over Ling Han. Both sides were evenly matched in terms of mental power, and in terms of battle prowess. How could the 7th Imperial Prince possibly be a match for Ling Han? In less than 10 moves, the 7th Prince was defeated by Ling Han. Ling Han thought that this prince was good at telekinesis. Even if his hands and feet were bound, it should not be difficult for him to escape. Thus, he took out the gravestone fragment and smashed it on his head with a brick. The 7th Prince fainted with hatred. The next day, Ling Han put the 7th Prince in a cage and displayed him at the entrance of the Foreign Affairs Department. On the side was a list of the 7th Prince's crimes. Ling Han also issued an ultimatum to the other princes, asking them to hand over the extortion proceeds and he would be lenient. Otherwise, when the Foreign Affairs Department came to settle the accounts, the 7th Prince would be a good example. After learning the news, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. For Ling Han, everyone had only one word in mind, and that was admiration. He couldn't help but be impressed. This guy was indeed audacious, he even dared to make a move on the 7th Prince. It should be known that since the news that Chen Fengyan was a spirit transformation supreme, people's admiration for this holy emperor naturally increased countless times. It turned out that he was the most powerful existence on Heavenly Sea Star. Because of this, the status of the princes naturally rose. But now? Ling Han actually dared to attack the 7th Prince. Moreover, he did not just beat him, but locked him up in public. Did you really think that Chen Fengyan would let you do this? The eldest prince and the other princes were also angry. They were a member of this special group. Since Ling Han dared to attack the 7th Prince, he naturally dared to attack them. This was intolerable. Just when the imperial capital was in an uproar, Ling Han leisurely left the imperial capital and went to the 7 Temples sect. This was the first sect they were going to visit. The sect leader was called Pang Haifeng, an expert in the Heaven Foundation establishment realm. The previous sects that had surrendered to him were basically experts in the Human Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, if they could subdue the 7 Temples sect this time, it would be of great significance. Aren't you afraid of offending His Majesty by treating the 7th Prince like this? Princess Biyao asked. They both walked on foot. In fact, Princess Biyao now had the ability to fly on an artifact, but she had just obtained the Warhammer. Firstly, she was not proficient in using it. Secondly, a beautiful woman flying on a Warhammer was a bit of an eyesore. Anyway, flying on an artifact was not much faster than running on foot. As long as there was no terrain, running or flying was almost the same. Moreover, if she could fly, what about Ling Han? Let's run together. Ling Han laughed and said, "It's fine. With His Majesty's wisdom, he will definitely understand my painstaking efforts. Princess Biyao shook her head. Although His Majesty thinks highly of you, you have to know that His Majesty and the seventh prince are family. You are an outsider after all. Ling Han chuckled. Qin Fengyan dared to flip out at him. In terms of seniority, he was Qin Fengyan's uncle. So what if he helped Qin Fengyan discipline his unfilial son? If Qin Fengyan dared to attack him, then when Monkey Bro got out, he would definitely beat the Saint Emperor's ass until it bloomed. Why, are you worried about me? Ling Han said with a smile. Princess Biyao snorted. You are the head of the Foreign Affairs Department. I'm afraid that after you die, the Foreign Affairs Department will be removed. Then wouldn't I lose my job? If you are worried about me, just say it. I am very popular. Ling Han laughed. Princess Biyao rolled her eyes. You are popular. Don't laugh at me, okay? If he went to the capital and asked who was the most hated person, the answer would definitely be Ling Han. Ling Han sighed. He is mediocre if he is not envied by others. Seeing that Ling Han could still joke so easily, Princess Biyao could only think that he had absolute confidence that dealing with the seventh prince would not bring him any trouble. After the two of them traveled for a few days, the Seven Temples sect was already in sight. Ordinary sects were either built in the mountains or by the river. However, the Seven Temples sect was built on a plain, which was quite strange. This time, only Ling Han and the demon princess were present. They came to the door and reported their identities, asking to see Pang Haifeng. The Seven Temples sect had almost enclosed the entire plain as the sect's territory. Ordinary people were prohibited from approaching it, which also caused the herdsmen who originally lived here to be forced to move away. After a while, a slender man with enchanting eyebrows came out. He glanced at Ling Han and the demon princess and said indifferently, My master is cultivating in seclusion. You two should come back in a year and a half. A year and a half? Ling Han chuckled. Don't get me wrong. We are here on behalf of Xianbei country and the Foreign Affairs Department. We are not here to see Pang Haifeng. Ask him to come out immediately. Otherwise, we will destroy the Seven Temples sect. Chapter 35-69. The enchanting man's eyes turned cold. How dare you come to the Seven Temples sect and behave atrociously? How dare you? This is the territory of Xianbei country. Everywhere under the sky belongs to the king. You occupy the land and claim it as king, yet you still want to stay here? Ling Han smiled. The world is now divided into 5. Primordial True Monarch, 9 Spirit True Monarch, Blue Fire True Monarch, Silver Sword True Monarch, and Qin Fengyan each occupy a corner. In terms of geographical location, we are more inclined towards Primordial True Monarch. My master has also made contact with Primordial True Monarch and will soon pledge allegiance to the Primordial sect. If you have any objections, go to the Primordial sect. Ling Han shook his head. You have made a choice, so you have to bear the consequences of your choice. I will still say the same thing. Tell Pang Haifeng to come out. Don't waste my time. You're a picky person. The enchanting man snorted coldly. With a flick of his foot, he charged towards Ling Han. Do you think the name of the External Affairs House head can scare me? He waved his palm towards Ling Han, revealing the aura of the secret realm. When the enchanting man approached, Ling Han finally made his move. A wave of killing intent shot out. The enchanting man was stunned. How could he block Ling Han's next punch? Bang! He was immediately sent flying. The guards at the door were all shocked. This enchanting man was Pang Haifeng's eldest disciple and also his trusted aide who was brought out of the prison. His strength was obvious to all, but he couldn't even take one blow from Ling Han. Sure enough, only a fierce dragon would not cross the river. The enchanting man crawled up with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. This punch is just to teach you a lesson. If you don't know what's good for you, I will kill you, Ling Han said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it was full of pressure. The enchanting man was full of unwillingness, but in the face of absolute strength, he didn't dare to let out a fart. Huh, little Ling, why must you be so overbearing? With a long laugh, a figure flew out like a flying immortal. This was a tall and burly man with a full beard. Sensing the other party's powerful aura, Ling Han immediately asked, Pang Haifeng. The tall and sturdy man snorted. A puny engravement realm actually dares to call this lord by his name? It was a taboo in martial art for the weak to call the strong by their names. He stared at Ling Han. His aura surged and pressed down on Ling Han. If you don't follow the sacred emperor's orders, why should I respect you, said Princess Biyao. She also used her own aura to protect Ling Han. Hong, their auras collided. It was clear that Pang Haifeng had the upper hand, but if Princess Biyao was only defending, it would not be a problem. Pang Haifeng glanced at Princess Biyao a few more times with a hint of greed in his eyes. There were very few women in the cages. Occasionally, a beauty would appear, but she would be taken in by an expert. Whether she became a disciple or a pet, it had nothing to do with him. After escaping from the cage, the first thing he did was to wantonly take in concubines. He married over 30 beauties in one go, changing one every day. It would take more than a month. But how could ordinary women compare to Princess Biyao? Moreover, she was an expert of the immortal path. But she had just entered Foundation establishment. Was she giving herself to him to play with? Pang Haifeng sneered. Chen Fengyan is just a spirit transformation true sovereign. He actually dares to call himself a sacred emperor? He really doesn't know how the word death is written. Sacred emperor, great emperor, ancestral king. These were all exclusive titles. Only the strongest were worthy of being crowned. Pang Haifeng, cut the crap. Either surrender or be destroyed. Choose one, said Ling Han domineeringly. Pang Haifeng almost went crazy. These two brats actually dared to threaten him. What ignorant brats. He reached out to grab Ling Han and Princess Biyao. He was mainly targeting the princess. She was just an engravement realm cultivator. Even if she had the power of a secret-seeking realm cultivator, she was still trash in his eyes. Princess Biyao instantly equipped herself with battle armor. She held a war hammer in her hand and charged at Pang Haifeng. Bang! Pang Haifeng was forced back in one blow. What? Pang Haifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a second-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had formed the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. His power should be able to completely crush Princess Biyao. How could he be forced back? Battle armor. He was no fool and immediately guessed the reason. A look of greed appeared on his face. Dermic armaments were precious, but a set of battle armor was even more so. It wasn't just 1 or 2 times, but a dozen times, or even dozens of times. Thank you. He attacked again, full of confidence. Even if Princess Biyao was wearing battle armor, he was still a level lower than her. He still believed he could win. Little girl, cultivating the foundation of the heavenly Taos isn't just an increase in power. More importantly, it's a suppression in terms of cultivation base. Pang Haifeng smiled, and a golden stone floated out of his body. It was covered in indescribable lines. This was his heavenly Tao foundation. Once it was activated, it emitted a terrifying aura, as if heaven and earth were suppressing him. Normally, a Heaven Foundation cultivator could completely crush a human Tao Foundation cultivator. This was a suppression in terms of level. The difference was boundless. But Princess Bijao's aura didn't weaken at all. She still stood proudly, waving her war hammer. Terrifying electricity surged, as if she'd turned into a god of thunder. Pang Haifeng couldn't accept this. How could this be? Battle armor could only increase one's attack and defense, but it definitely couldn't increase one's vitality. I'm using divine stones to build my foundation. How can your heavenly Tao foundation suppress me? She said proudly. Divine stones. Pang Haifeng gritted his teeth, full of envy and jealousy. He'd been born in a cage, and it wasn't easy for him to survive. He'd even stepped onto the path of immortality and formed a heavenly Tao foundation. But due to his limited conditions, how could he obtain a foundation divine stone? Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to fear extreme Tao cultivators with a foundation divine stone and a heavenly Tao foundation. Princess Biyao didn't say anything else. She waved her war hammer and charged forward. Pang Haifeng fought back. He was a heaven foundation cultivator. If he couldn't even suppress a mortal foundation cultivator, how could he face others in the future? After stepping onto the path of immortality, the gap between each level was as wide as the sky. Even 3-star and 4-star geniuses would find it extremely difficult to fight across a level without relying on external objects. He was at the peak of the Heaven Foundation, while Princess Biyao had just entered the Mortal Foundation. She should have been able to suppress him with one hand, but Princess Biyao used her armor and magical weapons to make up for her lack of power. Her defense was even far superior. With the Divine Stone as the core of her human Tao foundation, she wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Tao Foundation's suppression. In the confrontation between the two, not only was Princess Biyao not at a disadvantage, she even held the advantage. Even Ling Han couldn't see clearly the battle between the two cultivators. After activating his eye technique, he could barely see two figures flashing about. They were using telekinesis to grab huge rocks and smash each other. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.